Hello.
Wooly,
Yes.
good afternoon. How are you?
I'm okay.
Hmm.
I had
Apparently there's a massive shit echo occurring.
um yeah, well I was trying out the headphones that you recommended. They're pretty good. They noise cancel great. Um the
They're extremely comfy.
they're very comfy. What was it that there? The Bose
Quiet comforts.
QC35 twos. But
Mm-hmm.
but trying to get a perfectly wireless setup going on over on this side of things would be great for me to not have to be tethered in. There's a basic like issue where the way things are set up, I can hear myself talking, and because there's a little bit of a Bluetooth wireless connector that is a receiver that kind of replaces where this headphone gets plugged in, it's giving me back my voice at a delay, which means I can hear myself about a fraction of a second after I say it, and it throws you off and disorients you, and you can't fucking talk. It's like a method of like absolutely fucking you up by making your voice hit you a little bit later.
If I remember right, there's some kind of military application for like non-violent crowd dispersal, which is appropriate considering the times. Which is just a machine that plays back your own voice at you by a couple milliseconds delay and makes you basically unable to speak because it's so uncomfortable.
Yeah, I like when I was talking to you just before we went live, I was struggling to get words out of my mouth. Like I felt like I was tripping over my tongue just because of that weird delayed echo. So I'm gonna have to figure out what's going on with that. But I'm sure it would be fine to just go directly to the computer and then not hear my voice back. But like everything on the mixer is meant to like let you hear your voice plus whatever other voices that are plugged in on the microphones, and then mix in the actual computer's audio with it. So yeah, I've gotten so used to that like when I do calls on other systems or other setups and I don't hear my voice back, I'm like, oh, that's it takes a second because I spend so much of my time sitting and talking into a microphone plugged into a mixer.
Yeah, I've been doing this headphone thing for a long time. In fact, I have a pro tip variation for when your girlfriend is sitting over to your side and you don't want to totally ignore her, but you want to maybe pretend like you didn't hear sometimes. Instead of having the full Call of Duty or Dead by Daylight headphone setup, you just peek it back a little bit so that you can hear just a little bit. So you can hear like, what is that? Oh, I didn't hear.
Yeah.
Oh, what?
Oh no, I spend a lot of my time like with one headphone off for sure. That's a normal.
But you still get not all the way off. All the way off gets rid of the sound. You want to just peak it a little bit so you still get your directional audio.
Yeah. So I'm gonna have to look into that, but otherwise the noise canceling on them is the most aggressive I've ever seen. It's
crazy, isn't it?
Pretty wild.
Like I've flown on planes with it, and it noise cancels the plane, which is really crazy. I'm never gonna fly on a plane again because the world's going to end. But still a high quality headphone.
Yeah, I've got air conditioning running, pretty frequently throughout.
Willie,
my house, and it's pretty loud, so it comes in handy.
Speaking of air conditioning, sometimes you don't have an air conditioner. And sometimes you just need a fan. Now, I am using a fan right now because my basement gets a little hot because of all the devices down here.
Yep.
And it's blowing some air on me, and I feel chilled. But what if I needed a stronger fan, a newer fan, a fan for the future? Well, Sony has a device for you. It's called the PS5.
Ah. I thought for a second you were going to go back to my old homemade air conditioning tech.
No.
Because that's still relevant.
I'm talking about Sony's new omnidirectional fan that will blow air on you with all of its swoops and dupes.
Are you referring to the PlayStation 5?
Yes, that's why I said the PlayStation 5.
It doesn't look like a fan to me. It looks like a router.
People have literally posted like brands of fans that are the exact same design.
Oh yeah, I haven't seen
down to the white sides and swoops.
I've only seen. Yeah, you joke went over my head there because I only saw routers and modems, you know, which are all going into this high collared look.
Dude, it's the first console I've ever seen that popped its collar.
So hold that thought though, because I wasn't finished talking about audio for a second. Because
all right, fair enough.
One other thing I wanted to ask you about is, remember you were pimping out RTX voice?
I was.
What was your final verdict on it?
My final verdict is that when I want to use it to do that, I use it, but it represents about a 10% performance decrease, so I don't keep it on all the time.
Okay. I've noticed that after doing 2 days of recording with it, that it really is miraculous, and it does,
it's incredible,
and it does great when you are by yourself talking like this. When you are a group and you get loud, it falls apart.
Yeah, okay.
So it completely stops being viable at that point. But like, I was kind of, it was like in general there was a occasional quality drop, you know, but like I was monitoring the complaints, and then they just came back in way too strong whenever there was like more than one person and when the volume kind of kicked up. So
I guess that makes sense, because it's like I don't know which one is the human, because it's built for single persons.
Yeah.
I ran into a situation when I was streaming that RTX says that Paige is not alive.
Right.
That Paige is either a coffee machine or an air conditioner or room noise, because she was just being like removed wholesale from almost any stream. It was hilarious. It was like I had a superpower.
It's, again, it is impressive, you know. It's not quite there yet, and I don't know, maybe that's why it's also something where I had to run I had to edit the installer for it to run on my
oh
card.
Yeah, that's just
NVIDIA's proprietary bullshit.
Proprietary crap that doesn't affect its effectiveness at all.
So it's not quite there yet, but it's a really good step in that direction. I want to see the next iteration of that, and or a competitive product that comes out to do the same thing. Perhaps maybe something where you can register and train the voices that it should isolate, so that it would be like, hey, I know you, and I know this group of people, and then everything else gets aggressively noise filtered. That would be pretty sick.
You to just only cut out or you could have the opposite. You could train it to ignore certain voices.
Yes, you could. That'd be amazing.
Honey, tell me a story, and then you surreptitiously just turn it on,
and then
that was a great story.
Get your wireless headphones and get the noise canceling going, and then you get the person canceling going.
Yes.
So pretty good stuff.
I would like to remove this actor's dialogue from this movie. Do it. Please get John Leguizamo out of this movie.
Hey man, he played a really dedicated clown. He ate those maggots in real life.
Yeah, whatever. I don't give a shit.
Never get it twisted. He was dedicated to his role. The pest.
Dedicated to these nuts.
So
thank you.
Knee PlayStation 5 is you know what? What?
I'm so excited to hear what you have to say. I'm so excited.
It makes the controller make sense.
It does.
It makes the controller design make sense.
It does.
I don't hate it. I don't. I think when you see it, I saw there was like the like all black version with the blue lights on the thing, and I was like, okay, I can kind of see what you're going for here. Mm-hmm. But I will say, when it's A, on its side, and B, with the disc included, it looks terrible.
So
it needs to be. But but the problem is, I am not gonna buy the version that has no disc on it, because I want the option to use my physical media. But the discless version, standing upright, is the only version where aesthetically it makes sense to me.
Okay, so I like burst out laughing into like a kind of weird scream when I saw it of like, that looks terrible. and then they later showed the discless version, and they later I had to go find a picture of it on its side, and on its side, the discless version looks okay, I guess, and standing up, the discless version looks fine, I guess, right? But the standing one with the disc, it looks deformed.
Yeah. No,
I would never say that about a piece of electronics before.
It's fatty boom boom.
But
it's a PlayStation with a fatty boom boom.
It looks deformed. It looks like it has a congenital tumor from the factory.
It's got junk in the trunk
that you did a biopsy incision on.
Shit's thick. It's thick. I just don't get like you clearly designed this aesthetic for the discless version, and then like it almost feels like they went, okay, wait, hold on, we can't put the disc in the middle where the black part is, right?
Yeah,
the disc slot clearly should have been in the middle where the black part is.
Except all the guts are there, so it's too late. We can't.
So they can't do it. So then they go, well, fuck it, throw it up on the side here, and then make it, give it a booty. But
I gotta pull this thing's photo up again.
Yeah, so same.
I can talk about it.
It just doesn't. It like it needs, like, that's the thing. Is like, I don't hate the design. I think it looks clean when it is the digital version standing upright. That's at the
I think
end of
the
the day,
funniest thing right now is that when you type in PS5, you get all these mock renders of way better.
Oh, the bullshit. Consoles. Yeah. And never forget the Nintendo Revolution, the sphere with the fucking grid on it.
So here's the thing, right? Everyone, we've been saying it for years and years. It doesn't matter what it looks like when it lives under your TV thing or off to the side or whatever. It's just going to be a box, right? Who cares, right? This thing is also gigantic.
It's big.
It's fucking huge.
Now there's an expected return to like a large size thing, since remember, we're at the end of a generation, so everything has had a chance to go slim. But like there's a side by side comparison, and it is taller and wider than the original PS3. Yeah. So
by a very significant margin.
On your Eurogamer breakdown sheet that they put out, you can take a look at it's a side by side comparison of all PlayStation 3 models, PS4 models, and Xbox 360 to Xbox One models. And it's
fucking huge.
It is as wide as the original PS3, and it is as tall. It's taller than all of them. It's the tallest console.
Yeah. And it's like, I'm looking at my entertainment center, and I'm like, I will have to measure to see if that fucking fits. And
discipline.
If it doesn't,
learn discipline.
I'm gonna have to jam all of my consoles into a corner, across, like in the fucking corner of my basement next to my PC, which is too large, right?
Yeah.
To fit in an entertainment center.
The only thing challenging its girth is the Xbox Series X, but that's because that's just a fridge. You
like it is like, I feel like this design is an actual response to the Microsoft design, because the Microsoft is a fridge. It is a
but it's not gonna have the depth, right. The real size comparison now to see who's going to be the king of all big boys is the original Xbox, which was never meant to be on its side. How does Fatty stack up to that? It's a challenger. It's a challenger for sure, because if you're looking at this thing tower over the original PS3 model, and then if we can Google
it's much bigger.
Xbox original.
I'm literally looking at the dimensions. The original Xbox dimensions are 12.5 inches by 4 inches by 10.5 inches, and the PS5 is 14 inches tall.
Damn. All hail Castle VidCon.
So this is the biggest console.
It's the king. It's the big boy. Yep.
Congrats.
Yeah, no, and I'm looking at it now. It actually, wow, the fat old Xbox was less fat than I thought.
Yeah, it was just so fat looking
It was
because of
fat
its
looking because it was an X that was exhaling. Remember, it
yeah.
was the design aesthetic was we wanted.
Oh yes, it was exhaling.
It was
not
an X
inhaling,
that's in the middle of exhaling, going, wow. So it just looks fatter than it actually is. But no, the PS5 is now the king of sizes. Now,
I'm looking at
now,
this.
could you imagine?
I'm looking at the size comparison chart of all these different consoles, right?
Mm-hmm.
Dude, the Xbox 360s and the PS3s look like fucking terrible. Like, the original Xbox 360 looks like a stupid piece of shit now.
Oh, the white one?
Yeah.
It curves in. I think the black slim is where it looked a lot better. The black slim version where it had where it has like the power button with the quadrants.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, that's a clean design. I like that. I thought that worked out fine.
And the original PS3 looks like a mess. Looks like a spaceship.
It's a giant fucking spaceship. I was gonna say, like, could you imagine if the same logic that went into like the naming of the 360 went into the design of the PS5, where they're like, if people see bigger size, they will assume it is dominant. Size equals power. And the biggest console of them all in your living room will clearly remain unchallenged, as the others are subservient and tuck their tails.
I assume that the size is on both of them for big fucking fans. Like, I assume we're gonna pop these open and see like 240 millimeter fans in there. Just giant motherfucking fans to make sure that these things don't die.
I bet you like market that like these things are going to be the loudest motherfuckers until they figure it out on the next SKU. It's going to take a SKU or two before they get the quietness in. I bet you this thing is fucking loud, dude.
But Wooly, the PS5 is going to have a hard drive that's so fast that not even PCs will be able to handle it until the Samsung equivalents come out alongside the PS5 this November.
Possibly, yeah. At the same time.
No, they've announced them.
They've announced them. Okay, well, there you go. Yeah.
And it's like,
I mean, look, the PC market knows what it's doing when it comes to like new generation. Okay, well, here's what you're gonna need, because this is basically where games are gonna go. And if you don't already have it, then get your parts ready. It makes sense. You also are going to be looking at like just the sound of the fan when it's like starting up or whatever, and then occasionally going back down. And like, I don't know if you remember the early days of what were the loudest? 360 and Dreamcast were the loudest two to me. 360 would just start revving hard, and like it would like really kick on, and then like you get that initial like bzzz. But then like once you're starting up the next game, you just get that like it was
I'm gonna give
really loud.
I'm gonna give it to the 360. But with the PS4 Pro right behind it. But I want to give a special, like, honorable mention to the click tracking noise of the PS2's CD-ROM. Which was... It had a hard, chunky one, too. Like a... And, like, it always sounded like your fucking console was gonna fly apart.
Yeah. And then of course the Dreamcast one was just very like
yeah, it had a really specific
stuttery
noise.
Yeah. I don't like, I get that. I understand the idea of the digital only version of the PS5, but it's like,
That's the one I'm gonna get.
really?
I'm at 0 physical games on the PS4.
I'm at like 2, maybe 3, but that's not the point. The point is I want the option. Sure. Right? I don't want the option taken away from me. And in the same way that like the PS3 with the original PS2 hardware inside of it is like the best version of that you can get, and then eventually it became obsolete. I want the version that has the options for sure, sure. But I'd probably use it extremely minimally. But like you know, considering the nature of like, you know, LPing and stuff, it's like there's a lot of times where I have to fucking there's stuff where I'm just like, I don't want to have this installed. I don't want to deal with this. I just want to kind of, you know, have the ability to possibly like, oh, you already have a copy of that game? Cool, bring it over. Let me just do this instead, you know? So
that's why you got to get disgusting fast internet.
Anyway, I think yeah, I just, it's gonna bug me that the version I buy is the one that is not aesthetically pleasing,
that has a tumor.
But so be it. You gonna wait for the black one, or are you just gonna grab whatever's out?
No, I'm gonna grab it day one.
Yeah,
and if it sucks ass, it'll just sit there forever. Like, I'm looking at this promo image, and like, man, those controllers look hot. They look great. You see they have the little engravings on them that are like the PlayStation symbols.
It's just the trigger buttons, man. It's just the R2s and L2s, you know?
They look like PS4 controllers that had more shit molded onto them.
The plastic of the buttons should not be also the surface of should not be the resting point. They threw it in at the last second at the presentation, but they came in with those headphones and then the remote.
Yeah.
So it was very like, oh, by the way, here's some accessories to match the same.
Hope it's got Bluetooth support
aesthetic.
So I can just use my regular shit on it, you dumb motherfuckers. Instead of your dumb PlayStation branded crap.
And not a price in sight except for that leak.
Shocked there was no price.
No price, no date.
To me, that says the price hasn't actually been decided yet. Because the price of this device is the price of this and the Xbox One are really weird, because when they started building them, they're like, fuck it, we're gonna go high end, right? This is gonna be the fucking first high end out of the gate console in a while, right?
They always do.
Yeah, but this one, they're actually putting shit in it. Like, look how big the fucking things are, right? And then COVID happened. And now they've built up these super high-end luxury video game consoles that are not for everyone in a global climate in which tons of people are broke.
Yes.
And
timing.
Like, I bet they're totally gonna be way more expensive than the thing. I'm thinking 500 at least. It will be $1 less than 599 US dollars.
Well, they like the leak was 599 euro, right?
That's not a leak. There's no way anything would be 599 euro. That's like $800 USD.
And then I'm like, going back in history, they've jumped up to that price before when the PS3 was launching. They've jumped up to the fucking $599.99 mark, you know?
We all saw how that went.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. They might jump back up there, man. They might try again. You know, PS4 launched at $399. Same thing, 360 launched at $399. Xbox One came at $499. Yeah, I'm looking at a comparison of launch prices. And PS3 is the king if you decide to exclude the Panasonic 3DO, which came out for a meager $699 in the year 1993.
Jesus Christ. That's unbelievable.
$699 in 1993, dude. The 3DO was wild.
Oh my god, that's just terrible.
Yeah, yeah. So 3DO is gonna stay up there. Neo Geo, of course, 649.
Yeah, but buy the carts.
But you're
too.
buying the car. You're buying the arcade cartridges. Exactly. You're buying literally.
I don't think the Neo Geo could ever be topped.
It was, but the thing about the Neo Geo though was that they took the arcade machine and put it in a smaller piece of plastic, and put video outs on it. They basically sold a super gun, which is it's an arcade board that runs on a TV screen. You know, like so it's almost like understandable in that nonsense way, where this is more of an arcade board and less of a console. But yeah, everything else comes in at that $299, $399 range. Occasionally,
$399 has seemed to be the sweet spot for a lot.
Occasionally $499 if you're looking to challenge a little bit. But PS3 at $599 is the modern king. I think I can see them hitting it.
I can see. All right, I want a fucking like Boy Scout swear fucking prediction here.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think this thing's gonna come out at the 2 SKUs?
Well, that's what I was about to ask you is what are you gonna call the price difference between disc and discless?
I want to call it
$100,
$499 and $549.
You think $50 for the discs?
I think $50 for a $2 CD-ROM. Sorry, Blu-ray drive.
I think they might go to 100.
Say it came out at $399.
I think they might opt for the round 100 on the optics.
Yeah.
There might be other differences, but like I feel like you're gonna see $100 difference. 50 is like 50 is low enough that it's almost like, well, just get the extra thing. It's almost like
they want.
Yeah. But you're gonna, you're still producing a whole line of these, like, you're physically producing a whole line of these discless ones. Like, even if you want to upsell it, I think it's gonna go for I think it's gonna be $100 difference between the two.
All right, so you're thinking $499, $599?
Probably.
Okay, so
and there might be more than just the disc. The disc is the difference. There might be something else to make it.
I doubt it. We all lived through that mistake with the 360 era.
Well, do you remember the PS3 with lie, all the ports that never happened?
Oh yeah.
This thing has a USB-C and a USB-A on the front. Who knows what's going on behind it? But
all right, I want to do some quick ass math. So let's assume, Wooly, you think that this thing will come out at $599 US with the disc, right? That translates to approximately 800 Canadian dollars, which translates to let's see, 800 times 1.15% sales tax equals a total of approximately $920, give or take, plus tax.
Beautiful. Yeah. Or how about this? Or how about this, right? Because again, I think the shelf difference of an entire digit is important for like that like walk in and purchase recognition from like parents and things like that they're going for. I think you might even see, like, again, like if they don't sweeten the deal by having other things included or not included, then it would go the other way around, and it would be like your $599 disc version includes the headset or the remote or some other accessory that is not included in the $499 version. Like if the actual cost of $50 between the two is not enough, they'd maybe toss in an accessory so that you'd have that exact difference. But I think they want to have a product at $499 and a product at $599. I think that's likely.
I'm seeing people say that the discless version will actually be more expensive. Hold on a second.
Wait, is that just like
because
nonsense?
The optical drive would be replaced with an SSD, and I don't think that's coming from anywhere.
Yeah, no, that doesn't make any sense. Didn't they advertise both? Like, didn't they advertise SSD as a standard in in the
Oh, no,
product.
no, no. It's going to have like a big fancy SSD.
Yeah,
for sure.
SSD was pitched as a standard thing for the product. Like I think both SKUs are going to have the SSD. That seems
They better,
that
because
seems
they're
nonsense.
literally showing off games that are using the SSD to
Jump
fast.
across
That's
worlds.
what the Ratchet thing was about.
Yeah, yeah. No, I think that's complete nonsense. That's one.
It's one of those things. It's like that SSD stuff they were showing off with Ratchet. Like that's very impressive, but it's also stuff that you'll clearly only see for exclusive games. Because no one's
who would have put the work into, well, until Hello Games throws it into No Man's Sky next.
Yeah, sure.
We've added a portal gun. Yeah.
Actually,
yeah.
the way that game works, that would actually be they could do that right now. Because it's algorithmic.
Yeah.
So you just punch in a new number and the game will just start.
Put you in those. Put you in that area. Totally.
Yeah.
I am. Yeah. I'm curious to see if the Series X is going to, change anything about their approach pending this announcement.
I just think it's really funny that like right after the announcement, Digital Foundry was like, we talked to some PS5 devs and they're all targeting 30 frames a second. I'm like, great. Awesome.
I mean,
so glad.
When are you going to start thinking about your 8K television?
You mean the one that by every conceivable human eyeball metric will be pointless to almost everyone,
but it's
forever?
But it's there though.
Yeah.
Don't you want to know that there's so much quality that you can't even see it? Don't you want to know what it feels like to hit the event horizon of your perception?
You would need, I think it's like 110-inch television at like 8 feet to even be able to see a difference at all at 8K. Like it's fucking mad pointless.
We can spit it out to 8K. We're gonna spit it out to 8K.
I don't care.
Yeah, that sucks, man. Still not standardizing 60, huh?
Nope, never. Because 60's hard.
Yeah, it's been hard for a while, but it's been a while.
Yeah, well. It always drives me crazy when these devs do remasters. I remember the Last of Us one it really cracked me up. They did the Last of Us re-release on PS4, and like multiple devs on that team were like, "Holy shit, the game is just so much better at 60. It's incredible. We should really think about this." But we're not.
Yeah. Like, okay, what if we lock it at 40, guys? How about that?
40 is actually terrible. You don't want 40.
It's yeah. No, I know. Like, please, these half steps are awful. I like, personally, I would take a generation that is the same as we are right now with 60 locked in and no other improvements.
I say that literally every single gen.
Okay, where it's like that's the only improvement and everything else stays the same.
I remember saying when the fucking 360 came out, I'm like, just give me better performing PS2 games. I don't care.
Like it's great that Spider-Man runs instantly. Give me Bloodborne unpatched loading and 60 on everything. Yeah, totally. It's the biggest noticeable difference compared to everything else.
But Wooly, and here's where I feel like there's a real hard ass disconnect, which is like, but you can't show frame rate in a screenshot in a magazine, Wooly.
Well, I mean, magazines though.
That's my point.
Yeah.
You can't show 60 FPS on a TV commercial.
It really does feel like, from project to project, the one of the biggest struggles in the world is like getting that rate locked in. Getting it locked in is just the endless struggle.
Yeah, because you don't have to hit 60. You have to hit like 75. so that when it dips
it dips to
like
a minimum
61.
of 60. Yeah, right. And you know, like, yeah, and so when you don't want it to be variable, it's clearly not a guideline for a reason. I'll say that much, right? If Sony wanted to, they could enforce 60.
Then a million games wouldn't come out.
You know, they straight up could. But yeah, that's not something that they're doing and that they've ever chosen to do. The next gens, or rather, I should say the last gens, they always have a step. There's always so I've seen from the time I started QA, there were still PlayStation 2's games coming out, right? And there was still it was like there's still like, yeah, there's early DS QA stuff happening, and then when I was out, it was current gen. So like seeing the incremental step up in terms of just like what the hardware manufacturers enforce, you usually would see something where it's like, okay, now games are now that HDMI is optional, right? Your console can output to component, composite, or HDMI. Then, you know, please make sure that if you do choose to support HDMI, then you support not just 480p, but you know, like you're supporting your 720, yeah, and exactly, and at least 1080i, right? So it'd be like if you can get 1080i, 720p, you're fine, and everything is great, and that's your option, right? The gen right after that becomes mandatory, and then the next step up becomes the optional step. So there's always you have the option, and then one gen later that locks in a way, right? That's kind of the relative progression of how this sort of stuff works.
Yeah.
When it comes to frame rate,
we gave you a couple of years to get used to this as an option.
Now you got to do it. Same thing for audio, you know, as well. Like there was a thing where it's just like, okay, you can support Dolby Digital, you can support DTS, you know, 5.1, 5.2, 9.1, 9.2, 7.1. So like you can go through all these different options, and these are optional. And then afterwards they go, now you have to do them. So they have that little scale going upwards with each gen, but with frame rate, they never did. Frame rate is the only thing where it was always like, well, do what you can. So, you know, take that as you will.
I'm just thinking and kind of giggling in the background of, let's say they implement a 30 FPS like mandate, right? I would give anything to talk to the people in charge of compliance of like, get this game under fucking 29 frames a second. Like, your job is when the shit comes in, when you do this compliance, is you fuck this thing up like a Super Nintendo game, and you get that frame rate under 30 so that it fails compliance.
I mean,
like, that would be the greatest job ever.
Well, that ultimately, like, what you are failing things for, it depends on which platform, but in many cases, like, an inconsistent frame rate would lead to like what would feel like choppiness, you know, what would feel like unsmooth gameplay, and then that is a valid bug. You can definitely throw that in the database and go like, yeah, this level, the game just takes a shit here, especially.
I forget what it was, but I remember there was a game where like the cutscene prompts, like the QTEs, would be like delayed because the frame rate was like so fucking bad. Some piece of shit I put on 360, and it's like, this is unplayable. Like these prompts are fucked.
Shout outs to the performance test on Killer Instinct, which is loading in the alleyway level and Cinder versus Cinder. And it just has them doing their giant explosive particle based things over and over and over again in a mirror match. And it's like, can your system handle this? Can you handle a Cinder mirror match?
It was a version of Walking Dead.
Oh, okay.
Somebody in the chat just mentioned it was a version of Walking Dead. I think it was Walking Dead season 1 without a hard drive. where it would just be like, like there were parts of the first episode that were uncompletable.
That you couldn't. The prompt would pop up late.
Because the prompt would pop up after your character had died.
Yikes. Yikes. Yeah. Well, hey.
But yeah, Cinder versus Cinder. I remember turning that on and like laughing. Because it's like, oh yeah, this is about as bad as this game's ever gonna get.
They know. Okay, they know exactly what to test. Exactly. Yeah. That's. I like that. I like when so you do it in DMC4 Special Edition, and it just pans the level and loads in like 100 enemies, just jumping around doing their thing, and then it just like keeps going and more and more and more and more and more. You know, and it's just like, yeah, show me what the game's absolute death choke nightmare is, and let's see how it handles it. And then it gives you a passing grid, and you're like, fuck yeah, I feel good about my setup.
It's funny because the so Total Warhammer, that big strategy game we were talking about a couple weeks ago, they have 3 benchmarks in it. There's the campaign benchmark, which is like their map, when the like the Civ map.
Mm-hmm.
There's battle, which is the a fight between 2 large armies, and then there's the Skaven battle benchmark, because the Skaven have like twice as many cheap units. And there's no actual benchmark for the upper limit, because in that game you can combine multiple armies together, and you can get like 20,000-30,000 fucking enemies on screen, and your CPU's gonna shit. Like there's nothing that can be done. Like the game will allow all sorts of shit to happen, and there's no computer on the fucking planet that will handle it. But I admire games like Killer Instinct that just go, this is as bad as it's going to get. This is the worst thing we could do to it.
This is the worst thing we can do. Yep. Something that also sucks, and this is a streamer LPer problem, but it's like, if you're running your shit through an Elgato, you're kind of getting it modified anyway. You're getting a modified feed.
Yeah.
So like
just a little, but
depending. So if you're not recording in 60, for example, then like obviously you're not going to be seeing 60 displayed to you. But the biggest difference for me is I find the color is super washed in a different way from what you'd expect. Oh, sorry. Hold on a moment. Someone is.
Oh, I heard that. That's a person at your door.
BRB. Okay. Yeah. Excuse me. There was a fire alarm this morning, and we had to. I think they're doing like some inspections and stuff. So no
Oh,
worries.
wonderful.
Um.
Wooly, what the fuck were we talking about? I completely forgot.
So we're talking about frame rates. We're talking about locking at 60.
yeah.
We're talking about
Yeah,
the
that's
difficulty and the particles of and then the pushing your games to the maximum, benchmarking, all of that happy horse shit. And yeah, and how frame rate is not a standard, but like, you know, we're gonna enter another 10 years or whatever of this gen, and it's still not going to be a thing because it's hard. It's hard, and that's all there is to it.
But it's hard.
Yeah, I think there would be a lot of because a lot of people would just like stop what they're doing if they had to hit that 60 as a mandatory requirement. You know, that would create a huge disruption.
I think the funniest thing would actually be like, so you know how you'll see like we're gonna push this game's got to be 720, god damn it. It's like the frame rate isn't there, dude. I don't care. So you get these games coming out like 20, right? You'd see the opposite. We're like, well, we have to hit 1080 and we have to hit 60. All right, what can we cut? Every texture.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Don't stare too hard at that that grass. Yeah, absolutely.
Just cut the draw distance. Just cut it.
See the seam in the sky.
Fucking
or
Superman 64 fucking rings and shit.
Although screen tearing is obviously a thing that like you can absolutely fail if it happens too much. Really? What was I gonna say? I was gonna say So we're talking about the Elgato, and I was going to bring up the fact that like the colors change on
That's
some things, and I remember some weird instances of like doing like I was going for like Ava Unit 1 colors on my Anthem, whatever, and
what a pull.
Back in when the demo first came out, and I remember it was like, wait, no, people are seeing blue, but I'm seeing the purple of the Ava and all that shit. And it was FF7 actually. So because I switched from my PC to the PS4 and back and forth, you know, and whatnot, and like I plugged FF7R out of the Elgato and into the TV directly and loaded it up between sessions of whatever. And like I saw the fucking colors just hit me completely different, and I went, "Fuck!" The Elgato was robbing the depth.
That's a fairly common thing. You're using the
HD60S.
You're using the box ones, right? So the when you start when you have an integrated like PC like desktop capture card, the one that I have right now, it has proper pass-through and it has all that shit, but it does not do HDR. But once I switched to the capture card instead of the capture box, that color shit fucking went away.
Okay, once it's plugged in to your Mobo directly.
Yeah, it's going into the back of my PC now. I have no idea why in particular the capture card is doing a better job of that than the capture device.
I mean, would the USB power, be the difference there versus drawing directly from the system? I
don't know. Somebody in chat just said PCIe versus USB, which makes sense.
Exactly. Yeah. So then there you go. Exactly. If you're using so that's the guess. More power to draw from the PCI Express slot than you would from
like I have an HDR TV, and boy, I wish I could play games in HDR on my Sony PlayStation, but like I'm not gonna fucking tear apart the pass through every single fucking time I do that shit. That's a massive fucking pain in the ass with how often I stream games.
Yeah, and I'm also I'm doing a double, like I'm doing a pass through and I'm catching the pass through on a second device. What's it called? The fucking the gamer, the AverMedia, like self-contained capture is what's catching the stream pass through and then spitting that back out for YouTube without any of the overlay or any of that stuff. So like
give me a fucking HDR pass through device and I'll get it right. I'll buy it right the fuck now. Do it. But hey, they're not gonna do it.
do you think there's a chance they'll I could see the PS5's like Twitch integration more or less being like, okay, fucking just run OBS now. Like I could see it actually adding that capability, in which case then, you know, every stream that's running off of someone's direct console is not going to have the exact same look. You know, in that case you can kind of set it up a little bit. Probably going to lean into that somewhat, but we'll see.
Yeah, I'm on Gato's website right now. The highest end is still the 4K Pro. It's like, I want the I will give me my HDRs. Gimme.
Any other improvements on what we've got going on right now? Battery life on controllers was pretty solid. No real complaints about that. That's good. That's more or less a solved problem in my opinion. I feel like the standardization of USB-C on everything is the biggest fucking step up we can get.
Yeah.
I'm so done. I'm done with the the USB-B micros. I'm fucking done with them.
They're built to die.
Beyond exhausted.
I have gone through so many of those.
The graveyard. There's a wire graveyard, you know, of just like all of these broken little metal nubs that fucking and they're made to break so that they don't break the port. I get it. It's a bit of the logic that goes into like why a car crumples so badly in accidents these days, because all the kinetic energy is directed to the car and the windshield and thus not to you, so that the old sturdy car doesn't fucking tank the hit and you go bouncing around and splatter against everything. Instead, it makes the car fall apart and not you inside. So it's literally like, it's the idea of like this cheap replaceable wire is the most it's the most affordable part, so that's not gonna last as long as like the port should, for example. But it got so flimsy over the fucking last decade that I can't stand it, man. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like there's been that problem like on every single device that uses USB-B micro has just like fucking flattened the wires completely. And I see some people saying they haven't had that problem. If you haven't had that problem, then that's good for you. That's nice. It has nothing to do with throwing your controllers. It has everything to do with, as you insert the plug, every time you insert the wire into the console, into the controller, into the device, the two metal nubs sticking out flatten and they weaken, and the integrity of the bent point where they are like basically like curved upwards is going to get weaker and weaker and weaker every time you use it, until eventually they don't work. Not unlike an Ethernet cable where the little nub of plastic breaks off. You know what I'm talking about?
No, yeah.
That shit, you know? So that shit, yeah, like if you haven't had that problem, that's great. That's a wonderful, unique experience you can enjoy. Meanwhile, the rest of us need a fucking better quality wire.
It just, I got a new phone recently, and I use a wireless charger, so I don't usually actually deal with USB-C all that often.
Oh, okay.
But I was, the first time out of the box, I'm like, yeah, I'll plug it in. And I'm like, oh, right, I didn't have to do the USB shuffle. The connection feels solid. I can tell it's not going to break. What a nice, can we fucking just race to USB-C as fast as possible? Please.
Yeah. I'm still on an iPhone, so it's got the the proprietary on that, but that you can plug it in either way. The Lightning port, I believe it's called, can be used like either orientation. Punch Bomb's got a pixel, and that thing, you know, you can USB-C it either orientation. We just we need to get past this fucking USB-C stage, because, like, you know, I'm looking around and I'm like, yeah, just about, I'm like, a number of devices here all require it. Some of the charging batteries I have for, like, you know, the phone recharges, and the headset, the same Bose that we were talking about, you know, like, all of this shit, it still has this just like this vastly inferior, you know, port on it. And it's lasted longer than I feel like some of the others have. Because, you know, remember when USB...
Mini USB.
So mini, before micro was mini. And mini is the PlayStation 3 one. It's the one that looks like a little, like, box with a little outcropping at the top there. A little, like, serif.
Which is way more durable
than
micro.
It's way more durable. It just kind of falls out sometimes.
Yeah,
that's the problem with that one.
That's why it's so durable, because it's not in your device.
It doesn't. So if you remember fucking around with not only when PS3 controllers, but like with the Yeti microphones. The Yeti microphones would use it.
The thing would just fall the fuck out.
It would just fall out. The fucking USB.
Recording.
You turn the microphone to face you, and the wire is like, boo-doo-doo. So it's the exact opposite issue. It's like, the wire is going to be fine. It's just not going to stay where you put it. You know? Yeah, the micros and the minis are they've got their issues. C solves all of that. Haven't had any issues with the C so far. Let's just...
C feels good.
Hurry up that process. Hurry up the C process, please.
Hey, I just did some Googling while we're talking. Apparently there is totally a fucking capture card that does 4K with HDR pass-through.
What's it called?
It's the AverMedia one. The AverMedia Live Gamer 4K.
Okay, well, you see, I have the Live Gamer, like, HD, which is not a card on... it's not a PCI Express card. It's a self-contained USB with no video output required.
Well, I gotta say, the word gamer is getting funnier to me every day.
It's not going away.
Like, it cracks me up every day when I hear the word gamer. Mm-hmm. I was watching all these I watched the PC show and the PS5 show, and they're like, we love bringing the freshest new content to gamers. And I'm just like, oh, it feels gross.
At least Sony attempted to say players, you know?
Yeah.
With their branding and marketing. Power to the players and all that. You can kind of distance a little bit.
How do you do, fellow gamers?
You see that fucking video of some streamer, just this streamer girl that's talking about like the end of the world hysterically, and then it just fades in to some 360 no scope footage. It's like, what's one of the best things I've ever seen, and I don't even, oh my god, what was it? Dear god, it's like, it's the most, like, you want to talk about the epitome of the word gamer. You want to talk about the epitome of the word gamer. I need to find this and retweet it immediately so that you can see what I'm talking about. Oh, like, let's see. Can I find it really quickly? Hold on. Okay, I think I have a name. Is this correct?
Somebody in the chat just posted it, I think.
It is. Yes, absolutely. There it is. And yeah, this is one of those things that's... Let me hit the retweet on that. Fuck yeah.
Why?
Dude, it's like, it is, I just retweeted it from Falco. It is like, this is what the word gamer means in my head now. When you say that word, every time you do, this clip is what I hear. With the music and everything.
Oh my god.
What else do we really need? Just the dankest 360 no scopes, bro. Oh my god. Wow. That is how you rise up. The animals are dying. That's how you fucking rise up, bro.
The dank memes are returning. Nature is healing.
It takes a while. Sometimes it takes a while for the internet to use its meter. You know?
Yeah.
It stores that meter up for a while, and then and it takes a second. It's patient. It's a fucking keep away. It's a zoner, you know? But when it spends the bar, when it spends all that bar.
Thanks, internet. Boy, I love internet. Like, I hold my phone in my hand, and I'm like, I'm holding the internet, you know? Like, internet. Love it. You're fucking, I can tell you're watching it and losing it again. I can tell.
It's so fucking Caucasian, bro.
Oh man, stop playing those things on the VODs. You're gonna fuck up the thing with the DMCA
The
shit.
caucasity. Oh, it gives me life. Oh, it gives me life. Fuck, it's so good. I could never. That's what it is, right? It's nowhere inside my body am I capable of like blending these ingredients into such a delicious meal. It is so outside everything I'm capable of, you know? I can only stand in awe of that which is not. Okay, well, anyway, please enjoy that. What did you do this week?
I watched all that shit, and then I played Dead by Daylight with some pals. Beat on some newbies. That was fun. Still playing Runeterra every day. That game's great. You get cards for free. It's good. Good game. Enjoyable.
Big carding.
I beat that Cinder's Ash mod. Sorry, Cinder's mod for DS3.
Oh, okay.
That game, that mod rather, is in a wild state of flux. It's really crazy. Every week I would start the stream and somebody would tell me that I would have to fucking download a new version of the mod, and every single time I would get some crazy, like some goofy thing would happen. Like leveling costs would change, or like they would rebalance all the spells or whatever. When that thing's done, it's going to be incredible.
Well,
but
and you backed up your save and like.
You don't have to. You just patch it.
Oh, okay.
And it absolutely cracked me up because I went to the final boss of Dark Souls 3 and like just stood there and cast like 9 spells and they died. And I'm like, you're probably gonna need to tone this down a little bit. But it was a total blast to go through, and because the mod is changing so much, it'll probably be a blast to go through again in a couple months. Like they added a bunch of new merchants to the game to just add more shit. Like just last week in between patches, and then one week this character was here, and then the next week they were gone. It's almost live service-y. But yeah, that Cinder's mod is great. Somebody in the chat, what? So you ruined it for yourself? I beat the final boss of Dark Souls 3 so many times! What? Shut up! Who gives a fuck? You Dark Souls people are crazy. I've actually been playing a lot of Dead by Daylight with Plague, as well as Paige, and it's fun seeing Eli like a game, but still like fight to complain. You know?
Okay.
Like he's like enjoying it, and he's having a good time. And he's like, "Oh, this is just design bad." It's like, why? Because this. I'm just like, oh, you can't help it. you must.
Is it the loss part of it? Is it the
No, it's just if he encounters something that he doesn't like, it's because it was badly designed.
Well, I'd be curious because you know, I take it at slightly above face value based on the analysis of, you know, stories and things like that, there's probably more than a basic thought here in these complaints, but I'm curious to know what specifically it would be.
Well, I don't mean to disagree so strongly with you. I have spent a lot of time talking to and listening to this man complain. You are more familiar in many times with his treatises of complaints, I would say, right? His excellently crafted, sweet dissections.
And there's also the we talked stories.
Bloodborne's too fast, Wooly.
We talked stories and story crafting and world crafting back on Wooly. We'll figure it out a little bit as well there too. But all this to say,
fighting games should just get rid of buttons. I love that guy. He's a great guy. Check him out. Plague of Graves. Yeah, honestly, not much going on with me. The games, movies, TV shows this week because the same old as last week, and watching all them announcement shows. Boring.
So I had the pleasure of watching the complete cherry boy that is Reggie to the video game industry, because everything is excitement and everything is like, whoa. And I'm like, and Reggie is the type of person that marketing teams would fucking wet themselves to put him in the front row of the audience, because he's just gonna have the perfect facial expressions and reactions to zoom the camera in on.
He's not quite Bethesda man, though, is he?
Not quite, but he's got the level of sincere excitement for product that is being introduced, right? And it's quite fun, because I'm like, there's a level of absolute cynicism from seeing one too many award shows that permeates, I'd say, our attitudes, I would say.
Oh, absolutely. I was overcome with it. I was watching the PS5 event, which when I look back on it in an attempt to be objective, it was pretty all right. They showed a lot of stuff, and there was very little fluff, especially compared to the PC show.
Now,
but I have a lot of complaints on like my YouTube upload, because it's like there's no excitement coming off of me anymore.
Now, in my case, 4 out of 5 times, I just won't bother streaming the event. That's why you'll notice so many times I'm like, I'm just, what would the purpose of this be? There's, you know what I mean? If there is something, it would be a cool moment for that one thing, and there might be a solid hour and a half of general disinterest and malaise. I'm
just like, yeah,
that is okay. That is not really, you know, and I mean, if people are looking for a hype reaction to something, then I'm not here to bum you out for 45 minutes. You know what I mean? Like, if I don't care, then I don't care. So that's why I try to, you know, just be like, well, I'm not going to contribute anything here, so why even bother doing it? In some cases, though, like, it is worth it when there's something cool going on.
Like PS5, that's going to be a big deal regardless.
Exactly, you know? But, like, I generally am just like, I'm you know, you'll see me in many cases just being like, I'll opt out of this if I don't think I have anything to really offer.
It's a weird place because a lot of it, because being jaded at these kinds of announcements, like, one, I guess you should be to a degree because they're ads, right? But it's like, I remember when Jeff Gerstmann got called out for like, why are you so cynical? And it's like, because you know enough to be cynical.
Because I've been lied to for 20 years.
Somebody in the chat points out correctly, hard to get hype when the back of your mind is screaming, you are fucking lying to me.
That's it.
There's been a lot of that, but more than that is a thing of expectation. And I ran into a very significant expectation problem with the PS5 event. And it is an expectation problem that I cannot possibly ask almost anyone in the audience to actually empathize with, which is, I'm sitting there with a mental checklist of shit that I know exists that they could show.
Mm-hmm.
And I go, boy, I sure would be excited if they show. Oh, it never showed up.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it, yada yada.
Mm-hmm.
Or let's say everyone and their mom didn't know about Resident Evil 8, right?
Mm-hmm. Like me.
I would have popped off on that. But let's say, that like the Demon Souls remaster thing, that's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't say it's all that. So I would say that it's not all that surprising.
Mm-hmm.
So it didn't really get a giant pop off.
What was cool was the screenshots released afterwards that were really, really crisp, right? So this brings me to,
that trailer should have included
those,
like, that would have looked great.
It was so beautiful when you saw the screenshots they released
better
afterwards. It was great compared to what was shown. Now that brings me to my point, which is there was a couple of times when an event would come and go, and I just didn't give a fuck. So I didn't watch it. But what I would then see is I'd go check the link of here's the event roundup, and it would just be on a page with a bunch of YouTube trailers and then some links to some console pictures and or stats or whatever the case is about whatever was announced. And then then there'd be some screenshots, and I'd be like, oh, this is fucking lovely. And I would scroll past what I didn't care about, and I would see things that I didn't know and click to check them out and see what's going on. And then go right to the things I wanted to see and just and that's how I liked, and I was like, oh, that was great. Took me about 15 minutes. I got exactly what I wanted out of that. I'm really happy to see the trailer for this. Excited for that. And that was it. It was just the compressed info dump that comes afterwards trims all the fat. And that, to me, is like worth it. That's a great experience, I love that feeling, even though you miss out on the ride and the hype train and the gags and here comes somebody walking up to the stage. What's he gonna say? Is he gonna say something stupid? Yes, he is. It's like like I'm like, God, get me to the fucking shit, please. Get me to the shit. There it is. I like it. Good. And we're done here. So a couple of events that turned into a list of YouTube trailers to me were they kind of spoiled me in the sense that I was like, I prefer this infinitely over this event.
Mm-hmm. You watched the PC one?
No.
Boy.
No.
That would have been much better in the format you described. Legitimately embarrassing the whole way through. Skits, little interviews with shitty webcams.
Dude, the only time I've ever watched one of those was the one where they did the talk show thing. That was with when we were all doing it, and I was just like, okay, what are we doing here? So
I don't know how much you paid attention to that event while it was happening, but the PC Gamer one wasn't just like embarrassing and cringe. it also like seriously fucked a dev over.
I did see that. I didn't saw the show, but
they had the I forget the publishing company. I feel bad, but you know, the guys who did Ultra Kill and Dusk and all that stuff. And then they forgot to show the Gloomwood trailer.
Yeah, that's what it was, Gloomwood.
And then like the Gloomwood, New Blood is the publisher. The Gloomwood dev hits Twitter and goes, "Well, there goes my shot to be seen by all those people."
Looks like they forgot.
And then the PC gamer fucking Twitter account goes, "Stick around after the credits."
Oh shit!
And it's like, dude, that.
Well, because no, what happened?
Sucks.
What happened was, like, there was that tweet, right? The guy was like, "Guess they forgot me." Oh well, that was my chance. And then stick around, and then they're like, "Oh shit, they caught that." And then at the end, they played the trailer for Gloomwood, and then someone was like, "What the fuck? This isn't Bloodborne." And he's like, "I'm so sorry that you thought this was going to be Bloodborne. I didn't want this to happen." And he was just like replying super sadly to the person who was like, you know, like hyping themselves for something that didn't happen because they thought it was a big.
Hey, Wooly.
Yeah.
Would you got access to a browser right now?
Sure.
Type in notbloodborne.com.
All right, loading. Oh my god. Oh Jesus. It links to the fucking Gloomwood Steam.
Yeah, there's also notfortnite.com, which goes to Dusk.
Oh, that's so
there's like devilmayquake.com, which goes to Ultra Kill.
That's sad.
It's really funny.
Well, again, it's not this guy's fault.
That was the funniest joke of the whole thing, is when they announced like go find Gloomwood at notbloodborne.com. Nothing is the hey, you know what? I know exactly how to explain to people why I have little excitement for many of these award shows anymore. To anyone who watched the PC gaming show. The PC gaming show's big pop that had like a fucking person interrupt, I think it was Greg Miller, interrupt the show to announce was, "Hey guys, Persona 4 Golden is coming to Steam," despite the fact that it went live on Steam an hour prior and people were buying it and playing it when that announcement happened.
Yeah, that was wild. Was that announced in any way, shape, or form? Was that that was completely out of nowhere, right?
It was horribly leaked via Steam database 5 days ago.
Okay. Hey, the Vita can now finally, no wait, Crisis Core.
Don't worry, we'll get to play all of Crisis Core in a flashback in FF7 Remake Part 2.
Wait, no, that was PSP.
Yeah, it was.
Okay, the Vita can finally fade. The Vita can finally fade away.
You see that, you know, the one of like the dog going to heaven? It's
was
like,
I a good console?
And it's like, nah, you're okay.
You're okay. Yeah. Freedom Wars, right. Muramasa's on other consoles. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's on all sorts of shit.
Or is it? Or was does the Vita have the exclusive episodes and DLC stuff?
Oh, what? Who even gives a shit?
Yeah, Muramasa was on.
I loaded up that Persona 4 Golden.
The DLC is only on the Vita. Okay, yeah. There's a lot of cool Vita DLC that came for it.
The P4G port is it's pretty solid. It's not the best PC port, but it's pretty good.
I saw some really bad screenshots of someone's game fucking up badly.
Yeah, that
Models,
seems to be on a case by case basis. It's not
models like
widespread.
tripping out and just dying and falling apart, faces and
It's
textures.
it's very unfortunate. However, it is a PC port made by internal Atlas Japan.
That is the biggest weird surprise, was that people were able to figure out, yeah, this was an internal thing with in combination with another studio, it said. But like, yeah,
So
they didn't outsource it to in its entirety to any one company.
test game looks
Yep.
like.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing that game run at 60 at 8K, and yes, I did mean that the game can run at 8K, is absolutely fucking weird looking. Because you can run that game at 4K resolution or whatever resolution you want, and you can kick that render scale up to 200%. And it can run at, I think it has like an upper limit of like 160 frames a second. And like it is smooth and sharp.
Atlas,
and that is a PS2 game, and it is like it's. You remember the conversation we were just having about how like just give us high res, like good frame rate, PS2 games.
Mm-hmm.
This is like an alternate future.
Is Atlas was Atlas ever like contract bound to Sony in any way?
No.
So there was always just their own choice as to like what came where.
Atlas has never been contract bound to anyone. They just decide to put a game out on one platform and then never again.
So one guy says it's just a Vita port. What's the big deal? Well, really easy answer to that question. Persona 4 and Persona 4 original versus Golden is night and day when it comes to the amount of extra content that was put into it. A voice actor was completely replaced. An entire like chunk of the game exists exclusively in the Golden. It makes demon fusion way easier. It adds extra characters and confidant links. It adds like so much in the same way that Royal added to P5. But
more than that, it's one of the best games that's ever come out.
It's one of the best games that's ever come out, and it was only playable on the Vita if you had a Vita or a Vita TV. So for the longest while, one of the best Persona games ever was completely inaccessible to most people due to its
vast majority of people,
due to sitting on a fucking Vita. So the fact that it's now available to the rest of the world in a very open format, which is on PC, which guess what? A lot of people have a PC, is a pretty important step and a big deal because it's one of the best Persona games and now people can play it. I mean, a lot of people...
I'm following a guy on Twitter who's modding it, and progress is fast.
A lot of people went out of their way to track it down to play it on the Vita because it's that good. It's worth it to track it down and do it. But a lot of people that didn't now have the opportunity. So yeah, that's that it's like fucking amazing game that was really hard to get your hands on is now available. That's the end of that. Shouldn't be that much of a mystery,
But it is a mystery, a murder mystery.
Wop, wop, wop.
Thank you.
It would be nice. It would be nice if Atlas decided to, treat the PC as a proper place to put their shit from now on and collect all that money, all that free money that would come with taking the product they've already made and just putting it in the other place where people want to give them money for it. Because it seems...
That would be nice, wouldn't it?
Seems like a weird thing when you're not bound to the platform. Like if Sony paid for part of the game's development, as we saw with, fucking Death Stranding, right? Like you can understand why a game would go through those hoops. But even Death Stranding ended up getting ported later on. So why would Atlas, without getting any of that big old exclusive dollars, kneecap themselves from getting tons of money off of a PC port on their games. Who knows?
I think the craziest thing is apparently P5 Scramble Strikers. God, the fucking names. Didn't sell that great on the Switch, and they were baffled. And it's like,
wait,
that is
the
a
Muso game?
canonical sequel to a game that is not on the console you put it on.
Wait, the Muso game came out?
Yeah, in Japan.
Oh, fuck. Okay, I was like, wow. Okay, yeah, all right.
Right, and it's like, and they seem, it's quite possible they're taking the fucking result from that of, I guess Switch players don't like Atlas games.
Yeah.
Scramble's also on PS4 in Japan. That's weird. Oh god. Wait, it's not coming to PS4 here? I'm fucking.
I don't understand. Atlas
Just
so it's so confusing to me because, like, again, clearly, if you've got it, well, now that we know they've done it internally, like, it would be so baffling if they continued to not follow this trend up by putting other shit on PC as well, because again, it's free money. It's free money for the work you've already done, and no one's paying you to not collect that money. If someone was paying you to stay here and not go get the money over there, then you'd make a little bit more sense. But it's not. If that's not what's happening, then why not just go get the money? It's on the table. The table is heaving. It's bending, about to break.
Retweeted a guy just the other day, which is like, Atlas might be the most stubborn, you have all this money, why won't you make it company in the entire games business. It is totally baffling.
Like, how long since Golden?
9 years? 8 years? Almost a decade.
2012. 2012.
Yeah, 8 years. Yeah.
Like, one of their most popular titles ever made. One of the most popular games they've ever made. And
also, wait 6 months to a year for your translation on every game.
And in the meantime, they're fucking running Skyrim on a pregnancy test. You know, like, they're porting, like it's just, why can't Atlas have a little bit of that coward juice? Why can't we get a little bit of the Todd juice going? You know? I don't get it.
Like, put out SMT3 with like some convenience features on the PC right now for $30, and people will buy it. Did you see that like P4G like broke sales records for JRPGs on Steam?
Of course it did.
Current player.
Of course it did.
Like, it's crazy. How'd that happen? Why would PC players want to buy our RPG?
Like, just look at that for a second. It's 2012. The most popular RPG they've ever made in this franchise.
The game that completely changed their direction as a company.
And it sat on the Vita for 8 years. Why do you hate money?
So
why?
It's the weirdest thing. So people are pointing out that Atlas is a very small company, and that's true. But that very small company was able to license out an anime, 2 runs of an anime series, a shitzillion merches, etc. You could have given it to a decent port company, and they would have done it. Right? Like, there are so many. People are pointing out, even more indignified, SMT4 and SMT4 Apocalypse are just stuck on the 3DS.
Yeah. No, they
You can emulate them, thank God, unlike the Vita, but
But it's like, you know, it's just like we're not talking about like it's like if you when we talk about like Marie and like all these characters that show up, like again, immensely popular, tons of awareness as to who these characters are because that many people just went out to go track down a Vita so they can fucking play the thing. You versus something like a random side port on a handheld of like Okami Den, right? Like, no, if I asked you about name me some characters from Okami Den, no one could do anything about that because no one fucking knows, you know? Like, it's a case of just like very cut and dry. You've seen the effort people have been willing to go to for so long, you know, and it just like, I get that they're not a giant company with all the capability to like shove it on everything, and that's fine, but like the single rudimentary PC port that would be the basis for like, okay, if someone hears about this franchise and goes, great, that's cool, I should track this down, what should I do? Like, just having a single version of it on something relevant that they can go back to, it just doesn't make any sense that you wouldn't. And
this feels like Sega told them to do it.
If it's on PC, it lives forever. Exactly.
The Sega has been pushing the PC very strongly for a long time. I want to say since 2008, more and more of their stuff is coming on PC. I will point out again the absolute insanity that I have Yakuza 7 wishlisted on Steam right now. Right?
Yeah.
The most Japanese games that have ever existed are all slowly coming to Steam. And they sold really well there. It makes me feel like and Sega does the Total Warhammer stuff. Sega does the football manager shit. Those are all big on PC. I feel like at some point someone from Sega said, make a fucking PC port of something and see if it sells. And then we'll give you resources to, you know, PC shit up in the future, fuckers.
I don't know why, but for some reason, I feel like even though I'd already given up on the idea of Ultimax getting ported, officially I should say, because I know people have found their arcade ways.
What?
I feel like this thing has somehow pushed the date of never further ahead for some reason. Like, Ultimax is triple hard never confirmed to ever get ported to Steam ever. So, you know,
I could really go for P5 Ultimax.
Well, no matter how much awesome concept art of Cop Chie gets shared around on Twitter, just give your hopes up.
It's bad time for Cop Chie, Wooly.
Yep. But she's wearing green and black, so she can look like she's just one of those crazy street justice superheroes instead of an actual cop. Well, anyway. Yay, Atlas. Congratulations. You've walked over to the table and you've picked up the money.
I would say in the analogy of dipping your toe into the pool, I would say congrats on looking at the pool.
All Chies are bastards? Wow.
Yeah.
That's good.
It's true.
Well, anyway. Should I guess?
Satanaka, more like Satanarka. Am I right? Hey. Fuck.
I've got a week. A week or two.
Oh yeah?
Mm-hmm.
What's up?
Well, first I watched Fight On, the Killer Instinct story.
Mm-hmm.
And I would like to recommend that to folks because it is it's been a long time in the making, and it's a very cool documentary by one Esteban of Hold Back to Block, and it is fucking great. It's a look at how Killer Instinct was made as a doc over the years, starting with the first games, obviously, and then kind of working its way to the 2013 game. And yeah, I don't know. It was just like there's some shit that you learn in that I had no idea about, like the inspiration that Ken Lobb had back in the day for combos in the KI system actually came from Dragon in World Heroes and his 2-in-1 hit, where he'd do an elbow into like a back fist, and then the other thing that inspired him was Kim Kapuan's super in Fatal Fury. So, you know Kim's what?
I do.
What?
I'm very familiar.
Yes. Or the Ryakuranbu style supers that SNK does, where you land it, you do the big flurry, and then the finish. That is what inspired the idea of doing large stylish combos in KI.
Really?
And so he breaks it down a little bit more of how, like, you know, and then obviously the sitting back and watching that take place is, you know, you're going to need some way to interrupt that. So it goes into how the combo breakers came to be, and like, yeah, a lot of cool things you learn about, you know, KI1 and then so on and going forward. And then by the end, you kind of just see like some of the stuff that I completely forgot that happened when KI, the new one, was at its height. There was some real good shit. Like, most Japanese companies, when they make a fighting game, are like afraid to detail why they make changes and what's going on. And here, you had a case of it was the KI World Cup finals, and I completely forgot, because I remember this was so hype when I saw it, and I forgot this happened. They had the patch notes for the new version of the game. They went through every single character and walked through the changes publicly, live, in front of an audience on stage. And you got to watch as everyone saw their characters getting nerfed and buffed. And the live reactions as people popped off for what they could or couldn't do anymore were amazing. Like, one of a kind event where, like, it'd just be like, okay, so here's Sadira, or here's Orchid, and here's what we did, you know? And then, like, you see some new shit that she can do now, like, oh fuck, she can go from the slide into an uppercut, and like everyone just goes, ah, and then like everyone, like the camera pans over to like all the Orchid players, and they're huddled in a corner like, yeah, you know? And like, it's like the most, you get to feel the excitement of like, anytime you've watched the trailer with the audience reactions on, you know, like the snake reveal, or you know, the Twilight Princess reveal, a lot of that fun stuff you get to enjoy, like sort of watching a group of players just losing their minds over these updates as they slowly show you the patch list, you know? It was a fucking great event, and I'm like, man, every other company is way too fucking coward to allow the audience to be there to like react and like and or criticize their decisions, you know?
Yeah, there's a lot of patch readings that would, like, knives would come out if they were read to a live audience.
They would never make it a fun communal event, because they take the shit so seriously that like any criticisms would probably be like, oh fuck, oh that's bad, we don't want people to, you know, we don't want players to point out decisions we've made as like bad with sound reasoning that makes it look like we don't know what we're doing. So we're just going to say adjustments have been made to this character, and damage has been reduced, and they just won't tell you the specifics because they want to fucking hold this plausible deniability, you know?
Patch notes that, like, because you're describing the highest end, which is like, listen, we got the people here, they can yell at us. They can yell at us that change is bullshit.
Yeah.
And we're here and we can see them. That's the ultimate. I can't think of anything that tops that. At the very least, I think that for as shit as Blizzard is nowadays, and as shit as Riot has always been, the way that you do a patch note where you go, we're adjusting, fucking Misfortune's damage or Vladimir's card health or whatever, right?
Yeah.
And you give like a little explanation. It's like, okay, well, this card sucks, right? There's a card in Runeterra of Vladimir. He used to have, I think, 5/5 health, and now he has 6/6. It's like, this card sucked. He would get killed by this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy. We juiced him a little bit. We don't think it will affect his balance, but it'll make it feel a little bit like, it's worse. Sorry, he's a better card. There's also the ultimate worst, which has a purpose to it, which is the Call of Duty way of balancing guns.
What do they do?
There's two things that they've done. One, they've announced that guns have been nerfed and not changed them. And those guns will then be worse.
Oh wow! Yo, that's fucking sick! Oh, the fake nerf! You hit him with the fake nerf! The placebo balance!
Which is then followed up by occasional stealth nerfs.
Oh, that's godlike! I love it!
Where they nerf guns in very minor ways, but don't tell you what. They just literally never mention it.
Okay.
Which has created a situation in Call of Duty games in which when a patch comes out, you're like, is this gun worse? And even if they say it's worse, you're not sure.
I can't believe you just described the scenario that now has me partially in favor of my patch notes lying to me.
Well, you know what happens, right?
That's wild.
So these to date, I don't think they've ever been intentional. I think they've always been mistakes in which they announce a nerf.
Yeah.
And then it's just not in the changelog. It's just not in the patch. And every time they announce the nerf for a gun and it doesn't actually go through, people describe the gun performing worse and usage statistics drop through the floor. Riot, I think with League has done that, where like balance changes have not actually gone through despite being announced, and pick rates go down like enormously.
Wow.
Because balance is a fact. Like,
that's amazing.
What's the word I'm looking for? Not impression. Your
perception.
Your perception of balance is just as important as balance.
100%.
A good example back in old Overwatch was Mei. Mei was balanced, but she felt horribly unbalanced to play against because she would freeze you in place. And that sucks.
Yes, yeah. Your inability to move felt way less fun than the actual loss of time.
Like it is fair. It doesn't feel fair. Therefore, it's not fair. Like it's weird. It's a whole
totally
thing.
Totally. Yeah, your perception of it. Totally. I understand that. That is the art of, and that's the art of game design, to be perfectly honest. It's why enemies that get harder to fight in games like Doom Eternal and Devil May Cry are a welcome addition, whereas things that limit your ability in how you can fight them and or take away your ability to play are awful and less fun, like sticky goop.
Yeah.
Right?
That's why control decks are trash.
Well.
Fuck you, control deck users.
So that is fucking like gas nerfing. You're gas nerfing people into thinking something is better or worse, and it's fucking not. That's wild, and I'm kind of interested in the data, on something like that. What I was gonna say was that I always praise Rising Thunder and Dawn of War for having the most transparent and comprehensive patch notes in terms of just like their willingness to explain to you the minutia of what they've done. In the case of Dawn of War, it's literally giving you like it's giving you the changes to damage variables with like, if I'm not mistaken, with decimal points. You know?
Ooh.
And like and if you're a data cruncher, you love that shit. Whereas Rising Thunder would just, like I said, give you this was the intended use of this button. Here's what actually happened when it got used, and here's what we're changing to encourage the intended result. Keats gives a really good example of like balancing at the core source when it comes to Killer Instinct as well. There's a really nice part where they talk about how like an experiment with like being open about balancing and things like that, like how the perception sometimes will be confusing. So like he'll describe how, for example, Jago was a character that like was complained about because he had an ability that allowed him to heal by using fireballs, or early on in the game just by walking around. In some cases, like it was kind of nuts, and people were like, "What the fuck, right? Why is this so why is this so strong?" And then it kind of goes on to describe that like it's a thing where like people were just like, "Yeah, he needs to. They need to address this thing. They need to address this thing. This is kind of the problem." And he then says, he's like, "Well, we like to diagnose the issue and then treat the symptom, not the cause, right?" And he's like, so when we looked at it, what you actually ended up seeing was, it's like, why is this, what is the problem with Jago here? And it's like, well, it's because he's unfun to fight because this, you know, he has this ability and this happens. But what's actually happening is that he is really, he has no real bad matchups, and he's quite safe at far and close range, and in mid range where he would have a problem, he's got a move that allows him to close the distance immediately and get out of that range and it's a safe move, so if you block it, he loses nothing, right? So basically it's like there's one place where he's bad at, but he can get out of that for free every time, thus he's never forced to stay where he's bad. So what they did was, they're like, instead of addressing what people were directly complaining about, they changed that kick so that he could no longer get out of his bad the area that was his worst place to be in for free. And then they announced that, and then people kind of went back, this is not what we asked for, fuck off, that's terrible, that sucks, it's not the change. But then as the season came out and time went on, the complaints went down because he was not winning as hard, because they dealt with the symptom and not the cause, you know?
Right.
And not the effect, rather. So there's these little things where you just kind of go like, man, like, yeah, it is a hard job to kind of figure that shit out. But I like the audacity of just doing it openly in a forum in front of everybody at an event, because it's so fun to watch. And like, as they go through the reasoning and they give it to you, then like, you know, everyone can react and say what they want to say and go through it. But it's just something that fighting games never had again, and probably never will at the rate things are going, you know. But like the Fight On documentary covers a lot of that shit, and like it's a lot of fun to learn about.
You know, I think about like just diving deep on the dev, diving deep on like particularly I have the patch note thing stuck in my head, and in my background, in the back of my mind, all I can think of is the Smash Ultimate patch.
Address the cause, not the symptoms. Yes, I said the wrong thing. I misspoke. I'm sorry.
The patch notes for Smash Ultimate is like various characters have been adjusted. And that's the whole thing.
Yeah.
Or when you fucking get a patch and it's like various bug fixes. Go to hell. Don't even talk to me. I don't even want to talk to you at all.
Various adjustments have been made. Was just like, I wanted to fucking kick my computer, dude. I wanted to kick my fucking like, just shut up. Just don't even say it. Just
don't even talk to
just
me.
Just fuck off.
Why are you even bothering
like,
to put
shut up
at all?
And then people will go through what they have to go through to figure out, piece by piece what's different. They'll see what frame data changed or what didn't. They'll check the hitboxes to see what changed. We'll figure it out. Thanks for nothing. But like you're giving like less than zero information about this, and you're just saying, we don't want. It's the worst. You know. So anyway, that's off the point. The documentary goes into a lot of that, and it goes into some other really fun design elements and things that, like, now that we can hear about how it went down, it makes sense about how, like, TJ Combo, when Double Helix stepped out of the picture and Amazon kind of bought them, and then Iron Galaxy stepped in for season 2, and it was like, oh fuck, damn it, okay, well, what's gonna happen here? You know, like, everyone at Double Helix was like, yeah, that wasn't great. We weren't too happy about that, but what are you going to do? With no control over the situation. And then Iron Galaxy steps in, and they're like, okay, well, we got this. We've done some good stuff. And then, like, the first thing they do is drop the TJ Combo, like, DLC for the next character. And he's like, his lips aren't moving, and he's got some really rough animations. And everyone's like, oh God, it's done. It's over. And then you kind of find out behind the scenes, it's like, yeah, Microsoft gave them 4 weeks to make this character, like, from scratch. They had the outline for him, and they had 4 weeks. And
well, how long could it take? Like you make the model in like a day,
and then you just put the moves in, and then you're done, right?
You put the moves in, and it's you're done.
So you're just like, oh my fucking God, the fact that he came out in any way playable, and you know, and like decently added in with the idea of the character working is a miracle at this point. It's a fucking miracle. But at the time, we were just like,
that comes out fucked up is a miracle. Yeah, like that.
But it was just like, it was one of those things where it was actually a KOTOR 2 type moment of like, you did what with what time?
Yeah.
But at the time, all we knew about was like first character botch, you know?
Like, I'm sure if we went down to fucking EA and got somebody off the BioWare team to talk about Anthem, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we'll find the guy's like, dude, I can't believe that game even shipped. Like, it was a fucking... it is an unbelievable triumph that game even came out at all, right?
When you find the backstory, you know, when you get the information of like, oh my God, they did miracles. Like, they fucking grinded out what should have been like a long amount. They did 3 years worth of work in, like, you know, 14 months, and they spit out a game that unfortunately only gets good once you put the restored content back in. You go, oh fuck, okay, I get it, I understand, you know. Yeah.
Well,
so
I am so interested to talk to you when you go back and you find out exactly what wasn't there.
Oh, I'm already aware of some of them, and I've already hit the most upsetting one. I'm at the, like, in KOTOR 2 at least, the point at which, and this is like, whatever, I'm not going to spoil anything if I can avoid it, but there's a point at which characters literally just vanish from the party with no explanation.
They just go.
That is the worst.
They just go.
It's the worst I've ever seen. That was the most upsetting thing I've experienced in a game like that, almost ever. Like, not even an attempt at shitty resolution. Not even a Poochie. Poochie got done better because we saw Poochie leave. And his cell got pulled out. I'm talking about the moment this cutscene ends, you no longer have a character on your team. Fuck. Absolute fuck, dude.
Near the back half of the game, you're going to have like a real ending. And what is absolutely mind-blowing, and I'm sure Veal pointed out, is that the final planet in the original was just like a series of teleporting rooms. And and like you would be teleporting like all over the place. Like
Yeah.
there'd be scenes in orbit, and there'd be scenes on the planet, and it like, this guy is here. How did he get there? Just, like,
Yeah,
it's
the
almost like a more extreme version of Rise of Skywalker. Actually, come to think of it.
the restored content so far is like miraculous, especially when I'm watching a moment and then right at the end of it, it's like, by the way, that was not in the original. And I'm like, oh my God, that is context for why events occur. And without that moment, this thing makes no sense. And it's like, yep, 14 months. Anyway, so watch Fight On. It's really good. Esteban did a great job. He's been like banging away at it for 9 months, and the baby's now born. And go give a fucking a sub of love to Hold Back to Block. And what we also did was like, perfectly in conjunction with that. Hey, the game happened to be on sale for this week because Microsoft is like, oh, remember we can. We did a Get Into Fighting Games where we labbed it up and we learned about some characters and we went back to KI. And it's when you watch the doc, like, you really, like, it puts the fucking feeling of like, damn it, I should boot this game up and play. You walk out of that like, yeah, I absolutely am in the mood to play some KI. And so I did. I played a bunch of KI this week, jumped back online, and I'm coming at it with a new character. I'm doing everything I can with Aganos, the big stone golem.
Really?
Yeah. I love Aganos as an idea because he's one of the most unique fighting game characters I've ever seen. Like
the feeling of kicking a bitch through multiple walls.
It is like unlike anything else, right? For those who are unfamiliar, Aganos is the heavy in the game. There's a couple of them, but he's the heaviest of the heavy.
He's the heaviest by far.
And the idea was, let's make a big old boy, but he's not going to be a grappler because big old boy always equals grappler. But in this case, they're like, no, remember Juggernaut? Juggernaut was a big old fucking heavy, and he was just hitting you hard. So let's find a way to like, design around that. And what they came up with is like a character that will never exist again. Let's be real, he will never exist again. It's like unique in his mechanics, right? It's a rock golem made of like different parts just kind of held together by magic. And it has 4 rock chunks of that you can put inside your chest as you play, and each one gives you a hit of armor that you can tank, but they also allow you to do his moves. So each one can be a fireball, each one can be a hit of armor, each one can be used to, like, for example, he spits it out and then punches it and then it breaks apart like a shotgun. It's pretty great. And as you put them in your body and add more, you move slower because you get heavier. So when you have no armor, you can very quickly walk around like normal speed.
Well,
like a big, well, you're like a big boy. Yeah, quick for a big boy, But you can walk around at a normal speed, and as you add the rocks into your body, you get really slow but heavily armored. So yeah, you can spit the rocks out as moves. You can use them to take armor hits, which allows you to just like take a hit and then dish one back while ignoring the stagger that you usually would have. And most fun of all is you can use them to put a wall down in the middle of the stage, either behind your opponent or behind yourself, and not in between you.
The stage smaller.
So I can force you to be trapped in here with me, Rorschach style, and have you can't get away from me now. I'm a big boy, and your only thing is to break this wall by making me fall down 3 times, or for me to punch you through the wall or combo you into it, So you just kind of like have this really fun system of like, I have all these chunks, I can do all these different things with it, including change the size of the stage and force you into close quarters. And if I have my back to a wall that I've put down, I can grab the wall and use it like a club in my hand, which then gives me a big old extra range heavy hit that moves fast.
Ridiculous swing. Just
Or I can throw it at you. So I'm just like, oh my god, this character is so interesting on a mechanical level because he doesn't play like a fighting game character at all. He plays like something like a boss in a weird game that can put up walls and limit your ability to move, and like the way Doom bosses will put up a hallway that forces you to jump over their beams, and I'm like, I just want to learn how to play this guy. I want to learn how to do this because like this is going to be unique to this game forever. And yeah, like I've managed to get through the rankings. I'm doing all right. Way worse than I was when I last played the game, but
I was about to ask, like you left off KI a long time ago.
Yes, and my I was doing really rough at first when I was playing online against people, but like I'm starting to get back into it, and I'm starting to like do a lot better. I think my last ranking record was like 8-2, and just sticking with Aganos and trying to remember what the animations of the game looked like so that I can use the right combo breakers, Killer Instinct, man. It's a lot of fun.
What you're playing on your Xbox?
Playing on PC now.
Okay, how's match times on that?
Match times are like the hours I was playing at were some that like kind of had me stuck fighting the same guy like a bunch of matches in a row. So like it was unfortunately pretty slow to get a matchup when there was not that many people online. That's the reality of it is sometimes I'd get a couple matches back to back. Other times it would be, about a minute, maybe two,
Oh, that's not bad, all things considered.
The longest I've had was about 5 minutes waiting for a match, I'd say.
Okay.
But like I was also playing at like 3 a.m. and just kind of, and with crossplay on, But it's got rollbacks, so once you do start a match and you start playing with people, you're great. You're good, like no connection issues whatsoever because KI built with rollback in mind and it fucking works. So yeah,
try and get some of my pals back into KI, play some casual matches.
Go watch the doc first so that you can feel it in your bones, get the juice in you. But yeah, KI is a lot of fun to come back to. And I realized too, like, there's a bunch of shit that I'm like, oh man, I unlocked so much on my original Xbox save, but now it's all gone on my PC save. So I'm kind of starting from scratch in a way. But there was a lot of people that kind of said like, yeah, like I'll wait for KI to be done, And as the documentary kind of points out, it's like, well, it's done. It's a pretty good game, and you can get it pretty cheap right now, and it's a fuck ton of fun, and it works. So there's nothing but good times ahead on that, and it's gonna be at EVO, so why not go brush up. So I had a lot of fun with that this week.
Excuse me. Pardon.
Alternating between matches of Teppen and KI as I waited here and there.
Yeah, honestly, having a decent card game on your phone, or honestly just good phone game, makes a lot of the fighting game pain of match-making time go away.
It keeps you occupied, and then, although of course, like if you're playing a ranked match, then you can't fucking, you got to finish that shit. So.
Oh, I'll throw my card game away to get into a fighting game match.
Okay. Well, I'm trying to crack that top 100, so every like losses hurt a lot more, Excuse me. And then the other thing that's really fun in KI2 is the way its online ranking mode works, where you do 10 placement matches, and then after those 10 matches, it'll determine whether you go to bronze, silver, gold, and then you can work your way up from each bottom league up to higher and higher and higher. You never fall back below the level you're at. And once you make it up to gold, if you make it out of gold, you then get into the killer bracket, which is where like you can fight amongst like the top players to try and get to the top 32. you know, and there's like a tournament sort of 2 out of 3 setting that kicks in automatically, and a lot of fun stuff. So anyway, that's Killer Instinct. And yeah, you know, beyond that, like, still chipping away at Korra. I'll talk a little bit more about that in the future. And yes, Doom Eternal. I am done now. We have finished Doom Eternal.
You can't just shoot a hole in Mars, dude.
Fucking did it. Fucking did it. Funny how the game. So I'm gonna now spoil Doom Eternal as I'm talking about it. If you don't want to hear any story, if you don't want to hear any plot or story spoilers about Doom, tune out now.
But Wooly, the story.
And if you tune in after I've given you this warning, I'm sorry. I can't. I don't know what to say. Okay, so in terms of Doom Eternal, it's kind of interesting how they hint at even more shit and then don't explain it in regards to Sam Hayden. In particular, the massive retconning of his origin story. We get a full-on cutscene where he is the seraphim that makes
He's a magic angel man.
And he is not from Argent D'Nur, and he is not from... We don't know where he's from, but like when you get to Urdak and he's like, "Isn't it beautiful?" And you're like, "Wait, you've been here before. The fuck?" And the idea is, of course, that you know, Vega is like, "Ah, I see. I am the father." It's like, "Oh, you put God on a USB stick and converted it into an OS, into an AI."
You tried to kill it in the last game,
which is also which is super confusing. But and then in the last game too, he was a guy who used to be human. There's a picture of him on the wall in the game as a human being, and wasn't it cancer, I believe? There was some affliction that he had, and then
he was a guy,
and then he transferred his consciousness into a robot.
Except no, that was a fake story.
Yes, but I totally forgot that. Yeah, you were about to fucking kill God, and then it was Doomslayer that backed it up on a stick before it was too late. So, what the fuck? I completely forgot about that. Confusing. Well, anyway, that was also when he had the confidence to think he could win the fight. And as we saw, he fucking botched it super hard and lost. So, you know, and I was kind of waiting to see, like, are we going to have a conversation? Are we going to hear Sam have anything to say about how badly it all went down? And he's like, "No, just go to Mars, get the BFG 10,000. We got to do this thing." And you're like, "Oh, okay." Sam, he knows he failed. There's not much to say. Most importantly, I wanted my fucking sword, and I got it. And when you pull it out, everything vibrates and rumbles, and it. I thought the sword was going to be a replacement for the melee button, and it's better than that. It's a
whole different thing.
It's
delete button.
It's a super melee button. Exactly.
Yeah.
You get your swing pips of it. Good stuff. I don't know. I think all in all, like those last fights, the fight against the Con Maker was fucking great, dude.
Yep.
They knew exactly what they wanted you to feel when you play that fight. And like in the way you do damage is you break the shield down, then you grapple in, and they could have just said grapple in and shoot it or whatever, but it's like, no, you have to grapple in and blood punch, which means this is designed so that you will punch God in the face. We've built this boss fight around the idea of shutting this god the fuck up in mid-speech.
I'm gonna punch it.
It's great. It's really, really fun. I eventually found I got the rhythm down of like exactly 7 rockets of your salvo will delete the shield, and then so you can kind of hit the jump while doing the chrono strike and aiming. You get 3 off, immediately lock on for a second 3 if you've got the upgrade, and do a double jump to keep that like momentum at the highest point, and then on the way down, you get a last shot off that breaks the shield, and then grapple by switching to the super shot before you're done the jump and pull yourself in for the blood punch. Magical. Fucking magical, dude. And then the last fight with the Icon of Sin was...
It's not nearly as good.
Not as good, but it feels like a better way of accomplishing what Bioshock 2 tried to do. So Bioshock 1 had a terrible last boss, and everyone was like, well, that was garbage. So then they solved, quote unquote, the problem by just making it a super wave. The super wave was infinitely it's just an uninteresting way to go about it, but technically, yes, it did solve the problem of a bad boss. Well, Doom Eternal is the kind of game where it's like, okay, we'll give you a wave that you use as momentum to then deal big damage to the big boy, who is kind of just another enemy in the room to deal with a really long multiple life bar kind of situation happening.
Really long life bar.
Chunks of armor, chunks of skin to deal with, but generous amounts of BFG ammo, generous amounts of Crucible pips for you. But like, I enjoyed it. I thought it was really fun, and it was a good test of what was going on with the flow. It was a nice exam to make sure that you had it down, and then you would make use of everything you had while he was vulnerable. The second phase in particular is like, the first phase you fight him in is just like the big empty sort of like arena, which is like, that's cool. The second phase is a tighter arena, and it's vertical,
Yeah.
So it tests you on both metrics of like your vertical navigation abilities and your horizontal, so to speak. All in all, man, fucking great game. Really, really cool. Only complaints I have, besides the obvious Bethesda nonsense that I've talked about in the past, the only other complaint I have is that now the music at the end of each encounter doesn't have a little stinger to be like duh, 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 duh. It just kind of fades in and then fades out, so you're hunting for any last little imps, but they're all dead, so it doesn't have that like pop off moment that you're looking for. So like, in Doom 2016, I had these great moments of like, oh shit, the room is on, and then the adrenaline's flying, and you're taking everything and you're fighting and you're dealing with the problems, and blah, 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 and then you finally get it, and then the game's like, yeah, boom, here's the points. You got your weapon upgrades, and then like the Mick Gordon track just kind of fucking, wraps itself up in a nice little way, and I'd be like, yeah. 2016 had that, and Eternal gets rid of it because the dynamic soundtrack just fades out of the top layer and kind of goes back to like it kind of goes back to that, but the fight is over entirely. So you're like, oh, okay, this is the dynamicness takes away the final stinger, and that kind of bugs me. It was really cool to have that exclamation mark at the end of the sentence,
I honestly don't even remember that from Doom 2016 soundtrack, but you played them back to back.
I played them back to back. Yeah.
So you would very much know better than me.
Yeah, and I couldn't use any skins.
Yeah, but that was a bug, Wooly.
Was it?
Yeah.
I thought it was because I didn't sign in.
Yeah, that was the bug. It was day one patch where they said, "Oh yeah, you're for whatever reason you're not able to get these without signing in. If you update the game, then you'll be able to use them without signing in."
Oh, it wasn't that signing in was mandatory for them?
No, it was that you never patched the game.
I see. Okay. Well, that makes sense. Yeah. All in all, fucking good shit, man.
Good game.
Did you even touch the multiplayer aspect at all?
I did the tutorial. And then I was like, nah. And it was like, no, thanks.
Yeah. That was fine. It was fine. I do I love the mastery tokens at the end where it's just like, are you done with this gun?
Yeah, I'm done.
Good. Here you go. They throw like 4 at you in the last 2 levels that are just like, all right, we get it. No need. You want your shield? Here you go.
There's tons. There's
Yeah.
way more than you would need.
Yeah, it was great. It was great. And I don't know. I mean, the lore was fucking. It was a lot more fun than I expected for something that is started with Doom Guy pushing the lore tablet iPad out of his way. So, yeah, that was great. That was fucking solid. I see the hooks in place for the sequel.
Yep.
It seems like it'll be a Mick Gordonless sequel, and I feel bad for whoever has to fill those shoes.
Yeah.
It's going to be very
rough,
tough,
man.
Very tough shoes to fill. And I understand that this situation is a little bit more gray. That people have pointed out that he's to blame for some of it too. But all I'm saying is, if you have to make his music stylings in the 3rd game without him, that's hard. That's a hard task. That's all I'm saying.
Also, the increased push for Bethesda social network stuff in this reminds me of like Dead Space.
What'd they do to that?
Dead Space 1 was a simple ass horror game that was great, and then Dead Space 2 is like, here's multiplayer. Do you care about it? No. And then Dead Space 3 was like, it's co-op the whole time and microtransactions. It's just like
can't help
like
themselves, man. So Dead Space was Visceral, right? And
yep.
what and just EA at the height of their meddling.
Mm-hmm. And Visceral no longer exists.
Yeah, I had a friend who worked there. It really is kind of miraculous that that things like Fallen Order were allowed to just be what they were, because it's when it's just like, oh yeah, this is gonna just be a thing and no meddling, and everyone's like, I don't believe you. The Anchorman gif just and
no one believes you.
Yeah, but it seems like they let it happen. Well, anyway, that's Doom. KOTOR 2 should be wrapping up this week, and both will be replaced with some very exciting, fun things that I think people will enjoy. And as usual, wait for the surprise to find out. So that is new LP starting tomorrow on Wooly Versus on Twitch, and you can watch along with the anime on YouTube. Same thing, Wooly Versus. And yeah, if KOTOR 2 wraps up this Wednesday, then next week we'll have a new LP for that. So a full rotation should be in store for the next couple of days. I like when 2 games end at the same time, because it fully feels like a breath of fresh air. It feels like you've done a little bit of spring cleaning, and now everything, and you've opened up the windows and you've gotten some of the dust out, and you end out on a really cool note in both cases, and then you just go, all right, let's let some fresh air in here, and I got two breaths of fresh air coming in. So,
and that's Yakuza Kiwami 2 coming from Wooly. That's right.
Dead Souls, actually.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Don't do that one.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you right now not to do that one. Oh, that's a... Oh.
Yep. Dead Souls and
some other shit.
Dead Souls and Dead Aim. Good times.
I told you what happened with Dead Aim, right?
I forgot. You did, but
we
I
recorded
it.
like an hour and a half of footage, and then we then just deleted it. We didn't even save the Audacity.
No export. No
fuck
export.
it. We're sitting there like doing the noise
Oh.
cancellation, and then we're like, nah, just delete this.
Yeah. That's happened. God, I wish I could remember which games it's happened for, but it's happened more than once of just like, nope.
So you're gonna be doing all that over at Wooly Versus.
Over there. And you can get all the updates if you want to jump on Twitter at Wooly Wolves on Twitter. I'm on Instagram too. If you feel like some random pictures, I'm on it. Yeah.
All right. What's your Instagram thing?
Wooly Wolves.
Oh, okay.
Doing my socials.
Meanwhile, over at twitch.tv/PatStaresAt, I have a big week this week. I'm streaming almost every day. Tomorrow's Pyramid Head Day. Hooray. These are all going to be 8 p.m. So it's going to be me, one Peach Saliva, one DK Dimentes, one Quiet Shy, and one Rosalind. We're going to be playing some Pyramid Head Dead by Daylight custom games. And maybe a few like ranked games afterwards. Then I got Dusk, Ori and the Blind Forest, and Obra Dinn.
Ooh. Interesting.
Bradin.
So I bought that too, and that was actually supposed to take the spot that Doom 2016 took.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. I was considering playing Obra Dinn, but I played Doom instead. But
you should play it.
Yeah. I'm very interested. After fucking Papers, Please, I really want to know what's going on with it. Interesting. Cool.
And on Saturday, because, and I quote, I am an influencer that is a good fit for reviewing PlayStation titles, end quote. And under my personal assumption, it's because I called Neil Druckmann a bitch on Twitter. I will be streaming Last of Us Part 2 on Saturday. Thanks for the early access.
How's about
Sonny.
that?
I appreciate it.
Grats.
Yeah, that email chain is hilarious. Like it's hilarious to me, but I'm like, I was literally joking about how big Neil Druckmann's diaper was yesterday and had just finished retweeting an article about how Last of Us 2 trying to make you feel guilty is fucking stupid. Well, and then I got an email from Sony that's like, do you want a review code? I'm like, I would love a review code.
Well, you know how this works. You go to Twitch, you see the numbers hit the threshold, you send the code out.
Well, we've done the research and we think you're a great fit. So, I mean, obviously that means they think all the shit I've been saying is cool. So, see you guys on Saturday for that.
You gonna go for the straight through?
I don't know. Let's see. Let's see how sad I am when that thing happens that I'm not allowed to talk about, even though I would have talked about it last week, but I signed a bunch of documents saying I can't talk about it. So, I bet I'll feel really bad and guilty.
I hear the writing is really good.
I hear that the main menu is a boat.
Yeah, so.
The embargo allows me to put up a screenshot of the main menu so that everyone knows I have the game. It's one of the weirdest embargo conditions I've ever seen.
Oh, man. This is
there's no embargo on letting people know you have the game. You just can't talk about it. If you want, you can take screenshots of the game on your PS4 dashboard or the main menu.
This is the weirdest vibe a sequel to Something Amazing has ever had. Ever.
Oh, it's so bizarre.
This is the weirdest vibe it's ever been. And some people asked actually like whether or not I care. And the answer is I do. Because despite what is up, I want to form my own opinions and treat it like the internet doesn't exist and just play the video game as the sequel to the game I really liked that I played years ago. And when I'm done doing that, I will form my own opinions. I do not enjoy having the opinions formed for me and telling me what to do or think about what I want to play. So that's where I'm at, and I intend to sit down and just see how it goes.
I'm at an even weirder place because the embargo that I have signed is so strict. It's they are terrified of spoilers.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't want anyone talking about the things they were already talking about. It's like, it's so goofy. It's so goofy. They had me initial every line of the spoiler agreement to make sure I got it, to make sure I understood. And I'm like, I'm looking at these conditions like, don't talk about this, don't talk about this. I'm like, people have memed these things to death, guys.
Well, there's two ways to go. You know that. When it happens, you can either get the pillow out or the camera.
Yeah.
You know, they went for the pillow. Streisand effect.
But also, like, the part of it is like, hey, you can let people know you have it, and they don't, because that's exciting. It's also really weird, really weird. Somebody asked me earlier today, like, are you going to give the game like a fair chance? I'm like, I'm sure the game's actually really good. I just think that the people that work at that studio that are talking about it, like one Beal Pupman, are insufferable douchebags who crunch their staff to death and are assholes.
Yeah, you should take one of those hype photos where it's like the title screen and then like you making the face of like I got it and you don't, and then just like you.
I mean, I kind of already did that this morning.
Yeah.
I put up a screenshot of the PS4 dashboard and the title screen with the title "fucking LOL Part 2."
And then just use like your scrotum to just press the start button.
Maybe
like,
I did.
You know.
Maybe I did.
Just get it nice and loose.
Heel fuckman. That's great. I just saw that in the chat. That's great. Heel fuckman. That is a great alternate name.
I can't tell if games are better off for you with the people that make them on Twitter or worse. Like I can't tell if it's a net positive or net negative gain.
It is a zero-sum game. It is absolutely zero-sum.
The like as the shit piles, the enjoyment rises and it stays in equilibrium.
Yeah,
I get it. Okay.
Because like there's Kojima just like talking nonstop about his leather jacket, and then you're playing the game, you're like, wow, it's a really detailed leather jacket in this game. You're like, oh, Kojima, right? And then there's dumbasses behind certain Sony titles going, it's really offensive that you would talk about how our game isn't as important as Schindler's List. And you're like, are you for real?
Is that the verbatim?
So the verbatim is Jeff Kanata says that when everything in our game industry is John Wick or trying to be John Wick, Last of Us 2 is Schindler's List. And
that's a reviewer?
Guy, that's a reviewer, yeah. And some guy, some dude with 20 follow, some dude just quote retweets it and goes, okay, that's like the worst take ever. This is ridiculous. Right? And Heel Fuckman retweets that with his 30K followers and go, this kind of ironic joke really isn't appropriate and is kind of hurtful even for things that are of such serious subject matter. It's like, your game's not as good as Schindler's List, and it's not as important. And Schindler's List is based off a real series of events in one of the worst times in history. How about you pull your head out of your ass?
I mean, unless the post-apocalyptic setting of 2 somehow turns into real setting that has to cover real events, and then they decide to make it less of a video game and more of a social message about real things that happened. Like, I can't imagine. I don't I don't understand how the context of the fiction
we're at
could
the
ever go in
point
that
where
direction.
it's like, haha, this isn't as good as Schindler's List, and the paraphrase that comes back is, but it is though.
It's fiction. Fuck off.
You assholes! Oh, like holy shit! Pull it out of your ass, your whole head.
Okay, well, in any case, I will boot the video game up and I will play it as
I will fight heel fuckman in the street and on the moon.
I'm gonna press start and play it as if I hit the credits on the last game and then I did the DLC and now I'm seeing what's going on here, and we'll see what's up.
Yeah.
But
We'll
that's
see. I bet that game's fun.
That's a big dumb.
Yeah. I bet I'm gonna feel really conflicted where I'm like, oh, this game's pretty good. What a bunch of fuck asses who made it.
Probably. And that's kind of why that's kind of why I sound the way I do. But
Yeah.
This is absolutely the weirdest vibe there's ever been.
I can't think of anything.
For a
Anything
sequel
ever.
to something amazing. And guess what? The sequel is probably going to be good. But
Yeah.
Yeah, very strange.
Oh, sorry, Wooly, I need to take that back. Fun is not a word to be used
Excuse me?
with this game. Fun is not a word to be used with Last of Us 2. It's explicitly not meant to be fun.
Is this a verbatim?
Yes, not fun is a advertising phrase for the game. It is not fun. It is serious. It is impactful. It is uncomfortable.
Jesus, Joel.
I am just the kind of person Sony wants reviewing this game. That is verbatim.
All right. Well, everybody tune in on Saturday to enjoy that. To see how that goes.
That's gonna be a weird stream.
Hey, when's the when do the rest of us plebs get a crack at it?
Thursday midnight.
Okay.
I could stream it Thursday midnight or Friday, but I feel like people would rather see Obra Dinn or Ori and the Blind Forest.
Man, those games are beautiful.
They're good. And they're fun.
I like when games are fun.
I like it when games are fun.
Shall we news?
Yes. Hey, there was a lot of news this week, but we talked about a good deal of it.
So we can jump right to... We can skip past the first three stories, since we've covered them all, and go right to... the fucking Demon Souls.
Yo, Demon Souls Remastered!
Hey,
or remade, or whatever the fuck it's called.
Hey, you know what?
What?
Blue Point.
Yeah!
Yeah! Right?
Yeah, Blue Point.
You see that? Like, that popped up, and I'm like, yeah. Also, confirms the January rumors, but regardless. Yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
They did it.
I agree.
They did it.
This is clearly the most amount of input they're getting on a game. Like, they've done a lot of, like, you know, upscales and remasters and what have you, but they're changing designs and they're like,
well, you saw what they did for Shadow. Like, Shadow of the Colossus, the comparison of like old to new, they showed you like, no, we've rebuilt this. And then all you need to do is look at some of those screenshots of the environment and like you go, oh, this is built. This is not remastered as much as it is like recreated, like
everything.
Yeah. Looks super pretty. Hey, Souls, between this and Elden Ring, even besides the healthy mods going on right now, Souls are going to be back in an official capacity.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious to find out if they're going to change the online infrastructure at all. If maybe they're going to allow it to do things like they did with Scholar of the First Sin. Maybe you can get more people connected to one
there
game.
is a description on the game's official trailer that says it will feature a fractured mode, which to me is either a remix or some kind of non-server based version of Tendency, right? Like just
Asymmetrical?
no, just like non-multiplayer Tendency system, you know? Oh, and they deleted that description? Oh, that's super confirmed then. Great. It makes
Weird.
me wonder how much input they're going to get, because Demon Souls is jank as fuck. It is so fucking jank.
Now, how much of this jank do we preserve?
How are they just going to fucking translate the jank instantly? Like right away? Or are they going to clean some of it up? Because maybe you don't want them to clean some of it up. You know, it's interesting.
Well, look, I think the biggest question that'll answer a lot to me would be, what is the old monk going to be?
Yeah, you're right.
That's going to answer everything. How do they handle old monk? If we see that, then you can infer everything you need to from that.
I have a different question, which is, will they complete the 5th Archstone?
Oh, yes. Right. The missing content. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally. That's another obvious place to go as well. Yeah, man. It's crazy because, like, a lot of people, like, obviously, like, everyone that's, like, super in there on Souls has been, like, talking about this for a while and wanting to see it come back and see it, like, get its own recognition. But there's a larger, broader base of people in you know, that are just, like, gamers that kind of thought that, like, Dark Souls represents the sequel and replacement of that, you know?
Nah, Demon Souls is a weird fucking thing.
Clearly, right? Like, going back and seeing how it's like, oh, you took that and you built off of that to create the Dark Souls games. Like, Demon Souls is absolutely, like, it's got its own thing going on in many places, but there's so much basis there that there's an overall sort of, like, oh, isn't that just, like, the thing that Dark Souls is the sequel of? You know, kind of like on a sort of, I guess, a casual
Dark Souls is
understanding.
still wildly much more popular.
But then also, but not only that, but, like, in this case, and then of course with Bloodborne and in all these cases, you're dealing with, like, different companies that have partial ownership over the IP. You know, so that is perhaps, like, that's the most important factor that doesn't necessarily. That's not necessarily commonly understood, you know, which would explain why Dark Souls can get remastered on a Switch, but Demon Souls can't go anywhere until it's back on a PlayStation 5, you know? Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see, like, what they leave the same and or if they try to remix anything. I would imagine if they're doing, like, Shadow of the Colossus, you know, they were gonna probably not risk the wrath of, like, changing gameplay too much, because, you know, people that want this alive again want the experience they had alive again, but prettier more than I think they want a remixed mode. And if they have a remixed mode, then let it be a mode as opposed to the default. But really go look at sorry,
there's a bunch of folks that are very disappointed with the look and say that it's ruined the whole aesthetic, and this is coming from people that I would otherwise respect in artistic matters, and I'm like, you people are insane. The game was like hilariously drab because they had no texture budget. That's why every part of every stage was the same color. Shove it.
I mean, if you've only watched the trailer at the show, go check out the screenshots.
No, they're talking about the screenshots.
Okay, well then if that's what you're talking about, then you're seeing it at the best version of it. But the screenshots are what really made me go, holy fuck, that looks really nice.
Well, it's the shot of like the building, the very first building you go into in the tutorial. That used to be like some generic pile of blocks, and now it's like this thing that I wish was a bigger level. Or the new Vanguard, which doesn't look like a Donkey Kong CG monster anymore.
I mean, the shield knight, tower knight.
He's got too much blue on him, Wooly. Gross. Yeah, he looks great. Tower Knight looks great.
Tower Knight looks crisp. Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, that was when I went through that, I did that with my first like sword and board build. Because I had avoided it otherwise, and it was the Makoto and the Adjudicator's Shield. Barbarian. Maiden in Black.
And I want to go back to Boletaria.
Maiden in Black. She back.
I wonder if they'll add like one new thing. You know, like just like one little extra thing with like From's Blessing.
Yeah, well, that the fucking the broken statue, the broken gate would be a perfect opportunity, for example, to be like, here's stuff, but we're not taking stuff away. You know? I think people would be okay with that. Like, here's some extra stuff without like fucking over what you wanted, you know? That's very exciting news.
Get your scraping spears ready, gang.
And hey, guess what? If you hate it, then you can just hang on for Elden Ring.
Hang on and hang on. Hang on some more.
What about new stuff in the form of like just more equipment options?
Yeah, it'll be fine.
Right? Like not fucking too much with like what's going on, but just giving you like more equipment.
Personally, I'm fine with broader changes. I'm not going to be a purist about this.
Okay.
To me, the location and content of the game was way more interesting to me than how fucked up it was to play.
Crystal lizards. Oh my god.
Crystal lizards that can die without giving you the items and then will never come back.
Fuck.
Yeah, that doesn't need to stay.
Nah, we good. We good. We are good. Yep. Perfect example. Perfect example. Okay. So that got announced, and that was probably the highlight of the PS5 event to me. But
I agree. That and Bug Snacks.
Bug Snacks.
You saw that, right?
I saw Bug Snacks, and I was waiting for it to turn into a trailer for something else.
Yeah, and it didn't.
Because I'm like, this is a fake trailer, and then the real thing is going to come out at the end, and it's going to be like, Viva Pinata, available now on Sony for some reason.
There's a real, like, tonal dissonance with that, where it's like all happy-go-lucky, but me and Paige were like, fucking freaked out.
Well, is it because he's eating the things that are cute?
He's eating the things that are cute and then turning into the things. And then like all food is anthropomorphized, but then when you eat the food, you become an anthropomorphized food. And like the characters are becoming disabled by this process. Like one guy, the mayor runs in and says the town is on fire, but I can't do anything because I have wiener hands now.
Is Bugsnax Frog Fractions 3?
No, but I think it's actually like going to be super fucked. Like super fucked. Because I think the devs came out and said you haven't even seen the weird stuff.
So that was intentional then?
Yeah, I think so.
Gotcha. All right. It was super intentional. All right. If it's secretly a horror game, then...
I don't think it's a secret.
Then, yeah. They figured it out. Because usually trailers can't keep a straight face. You know? They'll play the gimmick until they have to reveal the truth to you, and then have the filter kick in and then the logo and then the blah.
Yeah, they can't help it.
They can't keep a straight face. So, respect if that's what they're doing. Keep the hustle up. Ratchet and Clank, we kind of touched on it a bit, but yeah, what's actually happening in those little rip teleport moments is like you're grabbing a location that is like planets away in real time and moving there, apparently.
Yeah.
So that's fucking impressive on a technical level. Like,
yeah, it can load in new levels quite quickly.
Yeah, I didn't quite parse that. Like, that's what was happening. Was there's a largely loaded in universe here, and you are pulling portals across planets towards you, type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Which is that's pretty impressive, you know. I mean,
and those games are high quality, so that'll be a good going.
Yeah, it's also the next place to take a game like remember, like, obviously a Portal and Prey would fuck with like that type of stuff, but to take it to a, like, again, No Man's Sky or like just large open world kind of ability that is like, okay, well, now you can jump to that end of the map or whatever the case is a very like, let's use the features of this console and show off the thing like Nintendo would kind of ability.
Oh, I don't think those are like discrete levels. I think those are like sequences. They're just loading in different, like, huge portions of different assets in quickly.
Is that what it is?
I did not get the feeling that it was fast traveling to different locations. I got the idea that I got the feeling that it was this level will have a teleport into a room that has wildly different assets that we would not be able to load in quickly. Like, it looked very on rails.
I you know, I might have just like read a tweet that said something about it being like a large area connected through these things, and yeah, but I'd have to go back and rewatch it. But if that's not what's happening, then maybe I'm mistaken.
Because, like, when they showed the longer gameplay, like, that shit was not happening.
Okay, so it's just a bunch of set pieces then. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and the Ratchet games are not like open world.
Okay. All right. Well, it's still pretty impressive, but
oh, absolutely,
not what I thought.
It's not as impressive as they seem to want you to think it is.
And
it's actually kind of funny because, like, having a fucking big old Skyrim giant world or whatever that had instantaneous fast travel load times or like really fast flight would be like the kind of thing that would actually improve a game.
Mm-hmm.
But this incredible new technology is mainly being used to show us fancier set pieces, which fucking video games. Great. Man, I am cynical. Holy shit. Yeah, well, Demon's Souls looks good.
I mean, fucking Spider-Man is the type of game where, like, you could benefit from that. Like, even though the fast travel is great where he's on the subway, the ability to just, like, turn a comic book page and be somewhere else would be rad.
Yeah, what the fuck is that game? It's the Miles Morales game is a separate game. It's an expansion game.
Listen,
it's a re-release.
So there was a bunch of confusing, conflicting information that I saw from people that are not Insomniac.
Yeah.
So all I know is the confusion, quote unquote, stemming from this is from other people talking about it. But when I went to go look at what official tweets there were about it, Insomniac said it's a standalone full game. And then some guy underneath it was like, source?
Yeah.
And everyone's like, What?
That's good.
Yes.
That's good. I like that.
Yes. Sequels, separate but equal. I am glad for the Miles Morales. I think that's cool. I'm happy to see that finally he's going to get a fucking rad-ass game. And, you know, people finally give a shit since Spider-Verse was great. It's taken way too long for this to happen. But, hey, it's here. Cool.
I really hope that Spider-Verse costume is in there.
Yeah. Do they not?
It
know?
ought to be though, right? Because like, that game had a million costumes.
What do I not know? Is there a piece of information about the game that I'm missing right now? Is there something?
Are you talking to me?
Nope. Not you. All right. No. All right. Nothing. There was some confusion. It seems I'm like, is it not a full like what do we? Okay, yeah, it's a full game. All right.
See, confusion.
So yes, there was a Hard Times article that was written about the thing. So yeah, that was shown off. There was oh yeah, I would have lost money on a bet because I could have sworn that if they were gonna make a sequel to Horizon Zero Dawn, it would be called Horizon with the 2 as the Z. But they didn't do it. They didn't do it. Horizon.
People in my chat were gonna say that it was Horizon 1 Dawn.
I said Horizon 1 Dawn on stream, exactly. Yeah, I straight up, and then I turned it into Horizon 1 Dusk, Horizon 2 Noon.
Oh man, but no, it's Horizon. San Francisco is gross.
Horizon.
That's the real name.
Forbidden West. Forbidden West. Sure.
Yeah, sure. That first game was good.
How long do you think this stays exclusive, or do they drop it on PC?
Yeah, that game's in a weird place because like I have Horizon Zero Dawn wishlisted on Steam and it still says summer of 2020, of which it is June 15th right now. So where's my Horizon Zero Dawn on the PC? It'll probably come to PC exactly 1 year later.
Do you think that both Sony and Microsoft will continue to see the PC as a non-competitor?
Man, I don't know. Probably.
I feel like that might go away. I feel like the idea of we got to fight each other and the PC doesn't matter. Do what you want a little bit later, but sure. I feel like that might go away because we were dealing with a generation of exclusivity only meant not that guy.
Yeah.
You know? Exclusivity.
And now it's really intense.
Mm-hmm.
Like, first party titles are coming to other platforms as long as it's not that guy.
As long as it's not that guy. That's the exclusivity. Anywhere else but that guy. So
everyone here can pick my keys up out of this bowl except for Jimmy. Jimmy, you can go fuck yourself.
No key party for Jimmy. I think
any you guys want to give your keys to Jimmy, that's fucking fine, but not me. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I think it'll probably change as the Xbox Series X becomes a PC.
Yeah.
And as companies are probably going to aim for simultaneous releases more and more often, PC will slowly start to become a competitor that like they're going to be like, okay, well, hold on. You know, are we losing some sales here? What are we doing? You know? Horizon. And oh yeah. So some stuff that didn't actually show up there, but then still came out around the same time. Do you fucking remember 13 Sentinels?
I do.
That Vanillaware game that we've been waiting on.
Something?
Aegis Rim?
Yeah?
Yeah. it's got a trailer that they dropped on the 12th, and it shows off like the 13 characters that you'll be playing as. Still vanillaware,
Yeah.
but it looks a lot like, it looks more visual novel-y, because you don't really see any action in the trailer. It looks like a bunch of characters talking. So it might be a VN with mecha in the background, but I'm not 100% sure. I need to see exactly what the plan is.
Did you see this Phantasy Star Online 2 news?
No, what's up?
So a PSO2 trailer came out that was then deleted for episode 4 of content, which is new content coming to the game.
Right.
And the bit of text at the end is, quote, "Get it from Microsoft and more PC platforms soon." And then that trailer was up for a little bit, and then they killed it. And it's like, oh,
wonder where that's going.
Man, well, the fucking in-game manual talks about Steam, which is really ridiculous.
Yeah.
So like in 2 months, that game will be on Steam, and it will be like fine, I bet.
Hey, it's got a Virgil as a class, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. You know, it'll continue to be awkward like this. It'll continue. This is not going away. So anyway, so there was 13 Sentinels, which I'm like, hey man, George Kamitami, what you up to? You doing some shit? Let me see.
George, you drawn titties again?
He's drawn titties.
Damn it.
And abs.
Damn it.
And abs.
Oh yeah, it's true.
So earlier today, they showed off, technically hot off the presses, Star Wars Squadrons. And this, to me, if this is in fact what I think it is, this is very exciting. One of the coolest experiences I had was the X-Wing minigame VR experience in Battlefront. It was incredible. You really get to feel the strength of VR when you are cockpit piloting. When you are when you're basically on foot as somebody, VR to me is, well, you know what? Then again, I haven't played Alex, right? Because that's a game changer from what I've been hearing. But the most convincing experiences I've had have been the shit where you're in a cockpit. The Zone of the Enders experience was a lot of fun, but the X-Wing one was next level. If this is the game of that experience, we're fucking in for an amazing ride. Because
man, you'll have to pay $4 an hour.
Because I was, after that demo, I was kind of left going God fucking damn it, I would absolutely kill for this to be a full game. I would love for this to be a full game. So is there something out there about the length of the game or something like that?
No, it's just got an EA logo on it. So I'm waiting for the news that it's fucked up.
Is it 4 hours long?
No. It just has an EA logo on it. That's it.
Okay.
That's where all my cynicism comes from.
Okay. Well, did you play the X-Wing demo?
I did not.
Okay.
I played Battlefront.
It's really cool. So if this is if this is them turning that tech into a full game, I'm immensely excited because that demo was great and it was one of my favorite PSVR things. So I'm crossing my fingers because I remember years ago after playing that, I was just like, God fucking damn it, where is the game for this? So let's find out. All I know is that they said VR and it's obviously, like it's EA as well. But the trailer was just all cutscenes, so I mean, no gameplay yet.
With maybe a 1 second bit that might have been gameplay.
Mm-hmm. But if it is, in fact, if it's $40 and it's a game, a full game based on that experience that we had, I'm super in. Like, I wanted much more of that. Like the fact that thing was 20 minutes was such a crime, So, this is where I'm at. And hey, if you feel like dusting off your PSVR and your copy of Battlefront, you can see what I'm talking about with that
Literally don't even know where it is. Literally.
The headset?
You know what? Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
I genuinely don't know. And let me check something.
Mm-hmm. Also, yeah, Rogue Squadron and Rebel One. That was
okay. So
fun stuff back on the GameCube.
If you like that, Wooly, you might want to check out the Ace Combat 7 stuff.
Oh yeah. No, I was made aware when I took a quick look at that. I definitely was like, oh, I am in over my head, but this looks fucking rad, for sure. I used to play a lot more dogfighting games, to be honest. I used to particularly X-Wing versus TIE Fighter back on PC was like, I played that a lot. That was one of the Star Wars games I pumped the most time into, for sure.
No, I never did. I really only played the Ace Combat series.
Oh, okay.
And even then, I only played about half of them.
Fair enough. Okay, well then I'm coming into this like with a love for that stuff. Like I like the Star Wars dogfighting a lot. I have like X-Wing versus TIE Fighter was a really fun game, and like if you haven't ever touched it, like it was the shit, dude. It was fucking cool, man. And like you use the full keyboard as your cockpit like controls. You had a ton of different little switches and knobs to press and match speed with target and divert power to thrusters and divert energy to shields, rear shields, and like each.
You might actually like Elite Dangerous.
It was great
because Elite Dangerous has a lot of that kind of like fantasy element of like, man, you're in a fucking ship.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously, I dig the Mech Warrior stuff, and me as the fucking Steel Battalion mark. Like, I'm all about all that. Like, that shit's great. So, kicking back in with a full VR experience where you can look around the cockpit and do that stuff, hell yeah, man. Exciting. And Wing Commander. I played a fuck ton of Wing Commander back in the day. The original. Didn't play the sequels that much, but I really played Wing Commander 1 a good bit. And, I got used to sort of the dogfighting mechanics in that. Like, my brother and I spent a bunch of time on the original Wing Commander. So, yeah, there's just I got some love for these dogfighting games, man.
I feel like I missed out. Like I've heard people talk about Wing Commander with such fucking ridiculous praise.
Big old Catboy fucking race in that thing to the evil buff Catboys. I forgot what they're called, but
man, I didn't even hear about those games until they were like 6, 7, 8 years old. And then by the time I tried to get on them, they were, at that era of like, the aughts, you try to play one of those old games and they were busted, right? And now I look back and I could probably grab them on GOG, right? But I bet I really could. I could GOG Wing Commander. But they're so old that I'm never going to get that fucking space feeling that you would have probably gotten in the 90s.
I don't know how well they're... I don't know how dated it would feel. It probably... If I had to guess... At it,
it's fairly dated.
If I had to guess, it would probably not be the same. No.
Yeah.
But it was still a lot of fun, launching with your group. It was like, all the fun of Star Fox all range mode.
Yeah.
Like it's a lot of that, but like just cockpit based with more options. And in Wing Commander, when you flew out with a squad and like any of your squad died, they were permanently gone from the game. Like everyone on your team, like if they died, their name was removed from the fucking board, and that's it. They're dead forever. So you wanna not fuck that up, dude. Like it would hurt when you lose somebody in a really hard mission, but you managed to make it through.
Did you ever play Colony Wars?
I didn't play Colony Wars.
Because that was like, it was a PS1 version of this kind of thing, and it was like a lot more actiony, and it was just like vicious as fuck. Like I remember renting it a bunch of times, and it was just like almost fucking impossible.
What I did play was Crimson Skies.
I never played that one. How have we played so many of this genre and we have zero overlap?
I have no idea, but Crimson Skies was great. And that was third person, right? So the fun of Crimson Skies was like, you got to third person and play your ship, and that was more multiplayer oriented as opposed to the previous ones I was mentioning, which were more PvE stuff. But like it was tons of fun, man. I played it on PC mainly, but then eventually it got ported to Xbox Original, and I remember doing a LAN party where you could with James Small and some of the old QA friends, where we'd play some Crimson Skies. Like, shit was awesome, man. It was great. Yeah.
I had somebody try and convince me that Star Citizen was out just a few days ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I looked up on it, and I was like, you mean an Alpha 3.0? Fuck off!
So I already know that you missed out on the desperation of being an N64 owner looking for more titles to play, but something special if you had an N64 was Aero Fighters Assault. It was a split screen dogfighting game besides Star Fox. That was
is that AERO?
AERO, Aero Fighters Assault.
Fighters Assault.
Yeah. That was one of those things where you're like, man, I want more dogfighting, and I already played a fuck ton of Star Fox. Give me more. I want something else. So then,
this kind of looks like a N64 Ace Combat.
That came around eventually. GameCube got the Rogue Squadron games. I want to say there was a Macross game too. I want to say there was a Macross game, like Blue Sky or something like that.
Did you ever play Omega Force?
No.
Was that the name of the game? Hold on, Omega Force. Is that the right name? No, no, it was Omega.
Robotech Battle Cry. Oh my god, it wasn't Macross.
Name of that game?
It was fucking Robotech. Yeah.
Omega Boost.
Omega Boost. Yes. Omega Boost. Yes. Omega Boost. Absolutely. Omega Boost was fucking wild. That thing it felt like nothing else. Although that was a mecha game.
Yeah.
And
it's also like bordering on next gen for the PlayStation 1.
It was the most technically incredible thing. Yeah. So I played Omega Boost on my demo disc LP. I did an LP of like me and Austin playing some PlayStation demo discs, and one of them had a Mega Boost on it, and that was when I saw what was going on, and it was insanely impressive. It was also really weird because it was like clearly not a lot of games had established full 3D space fly controls, so the game was kind of like the camera was rotating around you as the central point.
You are on the outside of a sphere.
Yeah.
It always felt.
And like modern games are more about you going anywhere in free space and turning left and right and controlling it. But this kind of had a weird fixed point based system of flying around that was strange. But yeah. So all of this legacy is why I'm very excited for the possibility that this Squadron game might be fucking sick.
Man, I hope they learn their lesson with Battlefront. because that would be great if this game was great. You know, like
Hope so too.
this isn't VR only though, right? Like you could just
I didn't see
like
VR
VR
only.
feature?
I didn't see VR
Okay.
only. I saw VR mentioned. But like, it's just when I see Star Wars, EA, and X-Wings and you know what I mean? Like the first place as you go is like they did a demo for this already. It was successful. Just build off of that. And if it's not that, then this is the botch. This is the botch of the modern Star Wars fucking franchise games. You know, like because you had something working and you didn't do it for whatever reason.
About EA, this is a bit off, but heads up to everybody who noticed that all EA games are back on Steam all of a sudden. I don't know if you noticed that, Wolves. But they require Origin to run.
Of course they do.
So you get into that situation where you load it through Steam and then it loads a probably out-of-date version of Origin.
Of course they do.
So if you want to buy those games, just fucking at least get them through Origin, I guess, because it sucks ass.
On a similar note, if you happen to have the Epic Game Store installed, you can go get a bunch of free Samurai Showdown games.
Yeah. And on a similar note to that, don't buy anything today because the Steam sale's tomorrow. Or today if you're listening to this on Tuesday, June 16th.
Which is which? Which is
the Steam sales on Tuesday, June 16th of 2020.
All right, there.
So don't buy anything if you're Monday, June 15th. It's next week. Ah, shit. We'll just wait. Be patient.
The instant correction is beautiful.
Well, whatever. It's useful.
It is. Windjammers PC demo coming out this week. If you want to try out Windjammers 2, speaking of Tuesday, tomorrow, Tuesday the 16th, Windjammers 2 is gonna have a Steam demo dropping, and it's only gonna be around for 6 days. So you've got 6 days to check that out. Windjammers 2 was pretty dope when I touched it, but I don't know what else is gonna happen. But it seems like this is the good side of .mu. You know, .mu has two sides. It's a little bit
weird.
It's .mu and Mr. Hyde, a little bit. And
.mu and .emu.
This is the good side.
One's about emulation, the other's a bird that'll kick your guts out.
Yep, big old dumb brown bird.
Hey, if you're listening to this live, I don't know if do you have the Itch.io thing on here?
I was about to bring it up.
Yeah, let's do that.
So, let me get the exact details. Did you take a look at it?
I own it.
Okay, so on itch.io, there is currently a big old bundle that is... Let me get the exact... Here we go. The bundle for racial justice and equality is featured. It ends in 11 hours. It's currently a package of 1,361 games.
More are getting added every couple minutes.
1,361 creators. It's actually 1,704 games. So you can get 1,704 games for $5, and then the regularly price is $9,363. Save 99%. But yes, effectively, this is a bundle where all the proceeds go to the NAACP Legal Defense and Educational Fund and the Community Bail Fund. It is splitting 50-50 across both of those with a pay-what-you-want model. So for supporting Black Lives Matter, if you'd like to pick up an obscene amount of video games.
It's this weird thing where
one way to do it.
you go to the bundle page and it's like, we didn't load these in your library because otherwise your library would be like unreadable. So you go to the bundle page instead, and it's like, okay, here, download these, and then once you've downloaded it, you can fucking actually see them in your library.
Now, full disclosure, I have not heard of just about almost all of these. The vast majority that I've scrolled through are games that I have not recognized. There are some that I definitely do already own, would not mind double dipping on the support. Of course, it's for a great cause. But there's a lot of stuff in here that you can spend forever just scrolling through. It's kind of crazy how much is in this thing. Yeah, it's win. Just
like,
go check it out.
I'm scrolling down this list right now. I'm seeing a shit zillion games I'm not aware of, right? Including Kenny Game Assets 1. 20,000 game assets for use in your games, right? But it also has Celeste and Night in the Woods sitting on here, which are games that you may have heard of. Night of the Consumers is in here. That game's crazy. Just gonna keep scrolling. Oh, Minutes in here.
Minutes in there. Celeste is in there. Night in the Woods. Yep. Stuff.
Anodyne. What the fuck is that? Anyway, yeah, you can blow a whole day just scrolling through this shit.
Yes, you can.
And it's definitely for a good cause, and it only costs $5, though you can kick in a little more if you like. Nuclear Throne,
but
Pyre.
That it ends today. So
yeah, it's today, so go get it.
Yeah, and if you're listening tomorrow, then unfortunately it might be too late.
But. And if you don't buy this bundle and it ends today, that means when racism is defeated, you didn't help. Gamers.
In 11 hours, racism will be defeated forever.
That's right. Unless
it was already defeated back when Obama was elected?
No, I meant unless you don't do anything, but I guess I kind of left that pregnant pause too open.
Saw some folks saying that, hey, it was reparations and slavery were evened out when Obama made it. And I was like, oh, word? On God? Damn, I didn't get the memo. That's pretty wild. So, that's a nice.
Even if that was the
support.
case, wouldn't that only apply to like people in the United States?
Well, hey, now let's not
even if
hey, who are we gonna look a gift horse in the mouth? We just gonna poo the generosity that we've been.
I don't know. I think the phrase "look a gift horse in the mouth" has actually gotten like really like hilarious in modern times, because if somebody gifted me a horse, I'm gonna look it over, because why you giving me a horse, dude?
And kick the tires on it a little bit.
Yeah.
Well,
I need a horse.
Yeah, the best part is when those takes that I'm mentioning are like, you're like, oh, that sounds like some wacky ass like take opinion on Twitter. And it's like, or it came from a senator.
Yeah, well,
so hey, yeah, that's how it go. Well, then
the difference between our digital memes and our representatives have grown smaller and smaller every day.
We could end racism, JK, unless strong. Motherfucker. Let's leave it at this.
Okay.
Somebody
Pyre's in here.
Somebody modded the giant fist into Monster Hunter World.
Oh yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Is it a hammer or what?
It's what is it? What's the base weapon on this thing? It's fucking rad is what it is. Gunlance. It's a gunlance.
Oh, okay. So it's an exploding big fist.
Yep.
That's cool, man.
And they'd actually if you check out the video, they added like a big pile bunker spike comes out for that attack, you know.
Cool.
And you have like the dual equipped versions where it's like double giant fists. So you basically look like V from League of Legends.
Yeah.
So Monster Hunter World.
That's weird. You didn't know that reference last week.
I know the character, yes. So I've talked about her.
Oh, okay. So I'm like, is this the segue into you've been secretly learning about League of Legends?
No, you made the joke, and I was like, ha ha, I'm talking about V from DMC5, but I knew...
Wooly, are you jungling?
I knew who you were talking about.
Are you feeding?
Do you think a giant punch girl with massive fists wasn't blasted my way for the last couple of years? She was immediately brought up as soon as the hashtag punch girl started. And then again when we talked about potential characters for the fighting game. Very aware. Very aware.
But do you prefer mid or ADC?
I like getting fed.
Top is fed still cracks me up.
Fed as fuck.
It's such a fucked up, stupid, nonsense gamer phrase.
Feed. So yes, that's in my opinion, you just stamped the PC version as superior because it got the weapon that Capcom was too fucking coward to make. And like that bullshit poll was so fucking lies too. Like,
it always is. Dude.
It was such a clear case of like, look at how many votes this thing has.
Listen, man.
But like, nah, though the big
polls
shiny
are not legally binding.
Big shiny Japanese aesthetics thing that they went for on their side, just and I'm like, all right, well, whatever. The mods got it. The mods weren't cowards. The modders fucking did it first.
Mods do a lot of stuff in Monster Hunter. They're definitely not cowards, but I'm not sure what they are.
Let's take some letters.
Hey, if you want to send in a letter, you can send it into castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. That's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com.
We got one coming in from Nicholas. Says, Dear Phil and Hercules, recently had a discussion with a friend of mine about video game mascots, and we can't seem to come to terms on whether Ryu or Mega Man would be considered the mascot character for Capcom at this point in time. We've even brought up Servbots because of the various cameos their color scheme matching have with the Capcom logo, and Captain Commando for being the OG mascot like Alex Kidd. I'm of the opinion that either Mega Man or the Servbots should be considered the mascot, but I have such a huge bias towards the series, I wanted to ask, who do you consider to be Capcom's mascot character? Motherfucker, you just said it yourself. It's Captain Commando. His name is Capcom, and until Capcom specifies otherwise, that's the mascot. They said it.
If
they say it's someone else, then it's someone else, but until they say it's someone else, it's Capcom.
Yeah, there's a bunch of different ways you can go about this. It's Captain Commando because he's literally a logo man, or it would be whatever Resident Evil character is hot right now because that is the franchise that made Capcom the most money.
But hold on, is the question? Who do I think is the most popular character that is the poster boy that everyone will recognize?
No,
that comes
who
from
is
Capcom?
the mascot?
Exactly. And the mascot is Captain Commando.
His name is Capcom.
If you want to know who should be the most poster boy that's a different question.
It's a whole different argument.
It has nothing to do with whether
it should be Mega Man.
It has nothing to do with whether or not you know who he is. If you don't know who he is, that doesn't matter. The facts
means they have a really bad. They've done a bad job with their mascot.
It means they've done a bad job with their mascot. Doesn't change who the mascot is. That's the end of that.
Until they make a new mascot. Everyone's like, nobody remembers who Captain Commando is anymore. I guess that's Capcom's fault.
That's Capcom's fault. He's not on the logo. He was. There was logos that had him on it. He's there. It's Capcom's fault for doing a bad job of it.
Captain Commando.
But that doesn't mean it's changed because suddenly you don't know.
Done. Moving on.
Problem
solved.
We got one coming in from Manuel. Says, hey, Willie and Pat, wanted to know what you guys thought. Do you believe Demon's Souls should have an easier casual mode in order for it to be more accessible to more people? I believe having more options is always a good thing. I find myself quite the hypocrite when it comes to suggesting Demon's Souls be easier to jump in, though, believing it should stay oppressive as the game always was. Am I wrong to think that way? Do you think it would be fun if they added an easier mode to it? All
so I went back.
Otherwise, stay cool.
Sorry, I thought the email was done. I thought that Demon's Souls was super hard, and then I went back after beating Dark Souls and Dark Souls 2, and that game is a joke. That game is actually really easy compared to its later games. It's the most obtuse, fucked up, like, confusing mess, right? It's a fucking mess, and it's so confusing, but it's actually, like, not that tough.
So what do you think?
I think adding an easy mode to that game would be ridiculous.
I think options are good, and I think if it was not a mode, and if you did something in the form of like pick up an item and it changes something or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, I mean
that's
Wooly,
fine.
That exists. It's like use the item to make yourself human and then invade, or
something a little bit more like directly for that purpose, in the way that like Bayonetta handles it, for example, where you equip easy mode as an item, right? But if they decide to not do that because they want the game to be a hard game that is just hard, period, and this is what it is, that's totally okay. It's up to them. It's up to the developers. You know, that's I'm like, at the end of the day, if they want the option available, it's because they designed for it, and that's fine. And if they don't want it to be there, that's fine too.
I think this question actually has a lot more value in something like Sekiro or even the later Dark Souls games than Demon's Souls, because like I said, like Demon's Souls becomes dramatically easier once you actually know how it works, and there is exhaustive documentation. And even if they do change stuff around for the new deaths, there will be exhaustive documentation very quickly, and that's where most of that game's difficulty actually is.
Yeah, I see. Like, this is a discussion that's been had multiple times, and I think ultimately where it kind of lands is like, having gotten into games like, we go into like character action games and talk about how hard they are, when it's like that's a self-imposed difficulty, right? Based on the attempt to get to S rank on the mission ranking and to S rank our combat phases as much as possible. I think that if the game is using its difficulty as part of like the tone of the story in a way, that is a good reason too for it to stay as hard as it is. That's valid, that's what I find it's very hard to like, this is a kind of question where it's like only the people making the game can choose how they feel about this, and that's why it's a bit of a hard thing. Like, like as far as like what it matters to me, it's like I can ignore an option. I've never used an item in Wonderful 101. I don't know what they look like. I don't know what it even does as soon as you select it, right? It's
hey,
so,
have you ever played a game that you had those self-imposed rules and then you'll accidentally use one and you get like anxious and confused as to what's happening.
So confused, dude. The missiles, you get these missiles that launch in 101 that like hit enemies in the middle of the fight, and you're like, what the fuck just happened? It's the most fucking random ass shit, and it's so wild. You're like, what? Like, totally, you know? And so I as someone who's capable of doing that, and I don't mind, you know, when something exists that's not for me in a game, I can just ignore what I don't want. It doesn't bug me whether it's there or not. Like, I don't get upset at its presence because I can simply ignore it. So, you know, it just comes down to, it's like, well, now if the director of the game decides that, like, they want this to make a statement, they want the game's difficulty to be part of what's going on here, I think that should not garner flack, is how I'm coming at it. But I don't think options are bad.
I feel like a crazy person because I just end up saying it over and over. Like, they've talked about how summoning multiplayer help is the game's easy mode.
True.
Like, life is easier with friends to help you.
True. That's you're totally right. Summoning as much as you need to every time is a fucking amazing easy mode, because some people will come in and do the level for you. That's, yeah. Wooly, obviously it's up to the developer. No one is going to break into the studio and code in an easy mode. It's a nothing statement.
You don't know that.
Are you willfully choosing to, like, frame it in a way that misses what I'm trying to say here? Like, are you willfully, deliberately trying to do that? Because it sounds like it. It sounds like it.
It was me. I wrote that.
Okay. Well, again, I can ignore what I don't care about. I think options are good. At the same time, I don't think if they choose to ignore it, you should write an article about how this game is behind the times and how they need to get with it, and how it's stupid that we're stuck in a world where games are still fucking being gatekeepers about difficulty. I get it. I totally get it. You know? And I mean, you know, and that also, please make sure that you understand that that's an entirely different discussion from accessibility, for example, and making sure that the game has enough options and control settings that you can make it work for people that have different accessibility needs. But yeah, that's the way I'm looking at it. Like, you can use the statement of the game's difficulty to say something about your design. That is a valid language to communicate a message to the player with. I'm not going to stand here and be like, and thus it always must be that way, and games should just be hard, because that's not genuinely how I feel. How about the concept of nuance? You know, sometimes in life things can be nuanced. It's quite fascinating. It's interesting how things don't always turn out to be black and white.
Because I would like your opinion. I don't know if we've talked about this specifically, but I'd like your opinion on anti-nuance in the nuanced version of this. Let's say you have a game that has multiple difficulty modes, or say a difficulty item, like you described, like the chicken helmet.
Yeah.
And what if the easier difficulty is called poo poo pee pee bitch boy mode?
Go for it.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought, because I'm down with that.
Yeah, you will be way stronger. You will one-shot enemies that are like fucking tanks, but your character will fart themselves the whole way through the game.
Because, like, I think it's really funny when you have games that have multiple difficulties, and Doom and Wolfenstein in particular. Wolfenstein's got it the worst, where in Wolfenstein, it's like, I'm a little baby. And it's like BJ with like a bonnet and like a sucker in his mouth.
Totally.
And it's like, even though
shaming you,
I know there are people who are playing those games on harder difficulties and having a miserable time. It is literally because they cannot handle, like, the game calling them a little baby. And that argument, when it comes up, is extra hilarious because it's like, Why does the game have to call me a little bitch? And like the toxic in me,
I don't like.
can't help but respond with, well, stop being a little bitch then.
Okay, I don't think it's necessary. I don't. You don't need to do that. You genuinely don't need to do that. But as I said, the difficulty of the game is a valid language for communicating your message.
Okay, what if, I got it. Demon Souls has an easy mode. It is like 50% reduction in stats across the board, or increase, whichever would help you, right?
Yeah.
But when you sign up, when like for the EULA, there's an extra little check mark in the easy mode prompt, and it says like, I fully admit that I have a tiny wiener. And it then has to post that to Twitter before it lets you unlock the easy mode.
You got a nice little yep. You start the game up, and some of the lines of dialogue are changed so that, like, you know, one of the people you talk to just like, it smells like bitch.
What if you're a girl? Then say big vagina. There you go.
Yep.
Because the energy that I'm feeling, and I know you know this, is that weird human giant skit with Aziz Ansari, where he tries to go rent some rollerblades, and one of the questions is, "Have you told your parents you're gay yet?"
Right.
And he's like, "What? No." And it's like, "Well, no rollerblades for you."
Right.
And then he's got to go talk to his parents, and it's a whole thing.
So
it's a fucking weird skit.
You hit just make sure that everybody knows, you know, put it all over the game. You have what was the joke, game journalist mode was the thing people were running with for a while there. Yeah,
I mean, that's not going away. That one's not going away, because it's getting funnier every year.
See, what it comes down to is the people on both ends of the spectrum, the ones who are the fucking edgelords going on about the difficulty as the only thing that's valid, that needs to exist in every other game, and the people that are crying babies that are upset about the fact that they can't skip past any challenge they encounter, are both insufferable pieces of shit who I want to see upset.
You know what the funniest thing is?
So this is what you have to understand about the way I look at this situation.
The funniest thing is, to me, is that despite the fact that I am adamant in that I actually love that those games don't have difficulty modes and would lament their inclusion, I find the hardcore get good, you fucking difficulty for difficulty's sake element of the Dark Souls community to be way more infuriating overall, because those people did not exist when Demon Souls came out. They only started to show up when the game was done, Prepare to Die
and
fucking
then
advertising showed up.
Yeah. So
insufferable,
just
so annoying,
absolutely garbage, the worst.
Did you beat the boss using a good weapon? Do it over. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah,
I remember when people were figured out that you could shoot man-eaters through the fog wall with the arrow in fucking 3-2 in Demon Souls, and everybody was like, that's the greatest. You fucking killed that boss, no damage. Holy shit, just shoot him through the door.
I've sat next to Punch Mom and watched her struggle in things that, you know, were on basic settings, and like kind of try to piece it out and be like, okay, no, this is just not working. It's like we need to change the mode, we need to switch it up, you know. And I've seen like difficulty down switches result in like, okay, now she can actually enjoy this and this makes sense. And I've also sat and like had seen like her struggle with stuff, and I've been like, okay, let's try to figure out how to beat this as is, you know, and like kind of learn how to get a little bit further. And it doesn't always work out, but in some cases when it does, it's like, oh shit, yeah, cool, you did it, you know.
But here's the question, right? When she was having trouble, did you get up onto the couch and start dancing around and pissing all over the room and going, "Why can't you beat it, bitch, baby? Why can't you beat it, bitch?"
Yeah, no, I didn't.
Did that happen?
No, I didn't drop sack
Okay.
over her fucking brow and be like,
Okay.
ha, ha, bitch, baby, bitch, bitch, baby, bitch.
Now that can be fun. That is fun. Getting toxic, but still, come on.
Yeah.
Have some class, people.
So most importantly, if we take this nice little sliding scale and we grab the group of people that hang out at both ends of it, they can fucking go. We can turn this from a walk-off stage into a final destination. You know, we can get rid of them. That's the most important part. We got one coming in from Tom.
Hey man, what's up?
Tom says, hey, crazy talk and bring me to life. Mainly a question to Pat, as he partakes in games that tend to have grinding. What?
Yes, I do.
And how do you decide whether grinding is spending your time, whether it's worth it or not?
How much I'm enjoying the game.
Is it purely based on reward content, or does it have to be the enjoyable grind action in and of itself? Does it have to have ways to shorten optimize time spent? Speaking for myself, I enjoy the grinding activity when rewards are obtainable beyond just hoping RNG will be nice to me. An example is in Monster Hunter World, I like grinding for armor upgrades and layered equipment, but I hate grinding for decorations. Keep doing you. Thank you.
I mean, there's a really complicated answer to this, and it's the more attainable the goal is, and the more enjoyable the process is, and the more consistent the progression is, the more likely I am to do it. Right? If I'm just hitting a fucking slot machine, go to hell. I did deco grinding for a while, and that's a slot machine, and then I just said fuck it and just cheated all the decos I wanted into my game. Fuck it. That's terrible. But I never did that with armor, because armor has a very strict like path, and it is technically RNG, but it's a lot fairer. For something that is miserable to do, I will really only grind it if the benefit is something that I think will make the game more fun to play. So, like grinding out a new weapon type in something, you know, just, or Destiny will give you like unique guns that will have cool gimmicks and stuff like that. And this does not include grinding that is playing the game, like just playing the game. Mm-hmm. You know, like Dead by Daylight, for example, has a leveling system where you get perks for your characters using blood points you get from matches. And I hit the cap over the weekend, and I've hit the cap multiple times. And the reason why you hit the cap is so that when the new character, which is Pyramid Head, comes out tomorrow, just bam, just dump 1 million blood points into him. Right? Mm-hmm. I mean, you get that just by playing matches. Mm-hmm. Right? You're not even doing anything specific. You're just playing matches and getting points. You're just not spending them.
You know, I think it's pretty known at this point, but like I like the internal experience meter more than the external experience meter. So I will have fun, quote unquote, grinding against one enemy that I cannot beat until I can, versus grinding over thousands of enemies that I can beat and just, you know, constantly do so to achieve something else, like numerically. I like the repetition when I know that I can try something a little bit different to see if it makes it a little bit better in my style of it, to see if I can improve. So the improvement angle is what allows me to have fun with the repetition. And if the improvement angle is removed and it's simply a numerical equation, I can do that, but it would be a lie to say like I've never done that. That's just not true. But I do I do it as long as I'm interested, and the moment it stops being worth it or interesting to me, I immediately change tasks. So when I've played RPGs, I've done some shit where I'd have to go like, you know, make sure you get to this level in order to get this ability, or go grind out this side quest, or whatever the fuck, right? I played Whack-a-Box. You know, I got all the Whack-a-Box things. I'll go do that as long as like I'm like, okay, I can see the challenge here and I can try to overcome it. But like when I'm doing this, the difference is just like my interest is a thread, and the moment the thread breaks, if it's just repeating the same activity with success constantly being granted to me, I will walk away as soon as I'm like, nah, fuck this, I'm done. You know, versus if there's a challenge that I'm trying to overcome, in which case it's a lot more fun. But
so one of the more interesting things is there is a current controversy in Destiny, which is like, by the way, I played Destiny a lot over the past year. Dude, that game is falling apart. But there's a current controversy because there's an activity called a Forge, which is a 3-man activity. It takes about 10 minutes. And you have automatic respawn. There's no like wiping on it.
Okay.
Like if you die, you just respawn. And the worst thing that can happen is that you just lose. And what happens when you lose is that it loads you back into the same instance.
Okay.
When the timer runs out. And that game has an item level. And what you can do is you can lower your item level below the minimum. So the minimum item level is 750, but they're rare like Halloween items that are 0. So you can lower your power level to like 680, which is lower than the game could possibly go.
Okay.
And what that does is that puts you into matchmaking only with people who have also intentionally fucked up their item level. And the reason why you would do this is you load in with 2 other people who are just going to AFK for literal days at a time, because the completion of a forge, even when completely failed, still gives you drop chances.
Oh, wow.
And people are using this to fucking farm out just absurd amounts of a new currency they just put into the game.
That is a spectacular example of failed design.
Yeah.
Spectacular.
And this activity is pretty fun, but the thing is like, it is a fucked up thing in Destiny. This keeps happening over and over and over. There was a loot cave in Destiny 1. There was a different AFK forge farming thing last year. And it is this thing of like, nothing is more rewarding in terms of like actual like in-game rewards in Destiny than AFKing for thousands of hours in an activity that you don't intend to play. And that is fucked. That is fucked.
When breaking the system is more fun for some people.
And every time this happens, they go, well, shit, I guess we should probably increase the rewards, because
Jesus Christ,
playing the game is so much less rewarding than not playing the game.
Hanging out in one location doing one stupid thing over and over.
I did that for something else a while back. I had Destiny 2 running in a fucking windowed tab for like 300 hours, just grinding forge materials like 6 months ago or whatever.
Is there a point when you get what you want and then you go and have fun?
Oh yeah.
Does it come after that?
Yes, it ostensibly does.
Okay.
I could talk for a long time about the stuff that I don't like in Destiny now. Destiny is the most frustrating game I have ever played, because it is not a 7. It is a series of 9s and 2s back to back over and over.
Okay, here's the thing. You said like there's a point where you'd get what you're looking for, and then you'd ostensibly go and have fun. But is it not always is it not always more rewarding to stay in that location and do that activity?
No, because it doesn't give you everything. It only gives you certain types of rewards.
Okay, so once you complete the table, then you're done.
Yeah, the main thing is people do it for power level. Like just increased item level.
Okay,
so
but it's not an experience farm, for example.
No, it is literally an experience farm. It's not for different items. It's for experience.
Oh. So then there would be no point to like going anywhere else.
Yeah, pretty much. Why would you do anything other than this, which is the fastest and the easiest?
Yeah, okay, got it. Right. So it's as bad as it sounds. Great. Okay.
Yep, it totally is.
Cool. Yes, that is kryptonite. That is fucking kryptonite. Boy.
Hold on a second. I have somebody who talks quite often. Hey, Valriet. Now, I never played it. You did Last Wish once a year after it came out and quit the game for over 2 years. How many hours on Destiny do I have for this to count? Hold on, where is it? I know I have... Oh, yeah, 473 hours. I never played Destiny 2? Go fuck yourself. I hate that critique. You haven't played enough of a game to criticize it when you've got hundreds of hours into it. I absolutely hate that.
You know, it really is best to just like not even engage, but like, man.
But I know Valriet. I see that dude all the time.
Yeah. All I can say is we're only human. And to those who are
I'm not.
To those who are, yes, you are currently
I'm part toilet.
Transitioning into a toilet bowl partially indeed. We've seen the artwork of it. But the idea that the person who is currently mid-type of like, man, I hate when they talk to they call out these things or whatever, and it's like, I get it. You're not wrong. You're not wrong, but there's just definitely these moments of like, wait, what? You like, it's hard to explain if you're not in the chair, where you like suddenly something you said comes back super misunderstood, and you're like, can I just take 5 seconds to explain what the fuck, what's that about? It's really, really hard to not want to address that when it pops up. And so it's just like, it's just, you know, I get it. I do get it. But that this is the weird, what are you talking about, you know? But you're not wrong. You're not wrong. You know. Some people love the call outs. Some people don't. It is what it is. Hey.
I like the call out.
I think we got...
Okay, the 300 hours in Forge was an exaggeration. It's like, calm down.
Mm-hmm.
No, if you want to actually talk, like the biggest problem like Destiny and Warframe has is they have their little seasonal things.
Mm-hmm.
And those seasonal things include cosmetic elements and in some cases certain weapons that you can't get. And now that I've missed some of them, the desire to go back will always be gone.
Yeah.
Because it's like, oh, I'll never be able to get that gun, or I'll never be able to get that cosmetic. Well, fuck.
Into the trash goes the entire desire.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I
because they're collection games.
Exactly.
And the idea is that they use the season on a collection game to like really incentivize the use of the season. But if you ever fall off, then uh-oh.
Hey, dude, Gengar's gone forever. You had a season to
I mean,
get
you
in.
joke, but is Gengar in Sword and Shield?
you had a period of time to go catch a Gengar or evolve it, and now that's gone. That Pokemon is gone. Your deck says you saw it though, because you saw other people that had a Gengar, but you'll never catch a Gengar.
Oh, cool. Oh,
gotta catch them all. No, change that. We're not saying that anymore.
Do you feel like Pokemon didn't just set up gotta catch them all for them, but like the attitude associated with getting all 151 kind of set a tone for like every collectible game ever?
It did, but then I think that if they could look into the future, they would have not used it. They wouldn't have done that. They would have went another way with it, because the fact that they stopped saying that very clearly illustrates that they're like, oh boy, like that is coming back to bite us in the ass when we make it impossible for you to catch them all.
Because I'm in this fucked up place, right? And I don't mean to keep belaboring the point, but like I look at Destiny and I really love to play Destiny and have had a shit ton of fun playing Destiny. And the last season they did was miserable and awful. It was terrible. And now I'm like, well, I can never go back because there's stuff all I've missed, and that's that.
Probably catch a little. Probably catch a little. Pokemon.
You can kind of get some of the ones you saw on TV.
Probably catch some
but not the coolest ones.
Probably catch a little. Pokemon. Yeah. Look, dude.
Yeah.
Like, if Destiny wants to set itself up to basically, just not let you fucking get the things they're showing you that are in the game after a certain point of time, well, the FOMO has the reverse edge of it. The reverse edge of FOMO is like I don't care anymore.
Well, it was just a cosmetic. It was like, it was a cool cosmetic that I would have had to work my ass off for a whole season that sucked ass in an event that was terrible.
Like when you try to use FOMO on people too aggressively as a get back in here to get your reward tool, do not be surprised when the bounce back off of that is completely mentally checking out of the game.
Wooly, can I grab you for 10 more minutes on Destiny to get your non-MMO ass playing guy brain on this?
Sure.
Because this game is going to do the weirdest shit for an MMO loot game. They have complained often about how the game is too big, right? It keeps getting buggier, right? So what they're going to do for their new expansion is they are going to vault planets and activities.
Permanently.
No, they're going to go into the Disney vault and come out once a year so that you can, maybe get those rewards. And when they come back, maybe they'll be rotated in this year. Menagerie will come back and it'll be updated. And this is being combined with sunsetting of weapons, where if you get a really good gun with perfect perks, it will only last like 6 months to 18 months before you won't be able to upgrade it, and it will lose its viability and power. So, even if it's your favorite gun.
Reverse DLC.
So
we're gonna take it out of the game occasionally.
So the cynicism for this is that I'll start Destiny 2 soon, and I won't be able to do the original Destiny 2 campaign because the planets won't be there. And they'll bring back Mercury, or, whatever planet it is. And the guns that are Mercury, they're now new, and we've re-rolled them so that you can regrind actual identical copies of your existing guns that are now stronger. There's a huge argument in that community over people are like, you need to sunset weapons because otherwise you're going to have everything in the game and there won't be anything left to grind, compared to people like me that are like, I already grinded for it, fuck off, don't take it away from me.
Oh, if you have the reward, it gets removed?
No, it's more complicated than that, because of course it is. So the game, everything's item level, which is just the power level of any individual item, right? Every season, the top power level goes up.
Yeah.
Right? So this season it's 900, 3 months from now it'll be 920, etc. And that affects all of your stats, right? Mm-hmm. After 1 year, your favorite gun that you got on January 1st, 2020, on January 1st, 2021, you will no longer be able to upgrade it to the new top power level. So it will always be 20 or 50 or whatever weaker than anything new that you get, or anything that is 6 months old, which means it will no longer be viable for hard content.
Okay, so it'll basically you won't be able to make it strong enough to keep up with where the game's going.
And it will devalue over time. Right? That's what they mean by weapon sunsetting. They're not taking them away. They're just slowly walking away.
And do things that get included in the game always get stronger so that you basically can you not
Destiny
keep using your really good
weird
ability as you play the rest of the game? That you know what I mean? Are enemies suddenly getting way stronger with each update that make it not viable?
So Destiny does power weird. Your item level, which is your power level or whatever, it's just the combination of the levels of all the items you're currently carrying, right? Enemies have a specific power level, right? So an enemy will have like a power level of 1,000, right? If you are power level 1,000, you will be doing the intended damage to them, right? Like they would balance it however you would in a Halo game or whatever the fuck, right? If you're 950, they will have a statistical advantage over you of about 50 points, right? Which means that if your favorite gun is 2 years old and it is a fantastic meta weapon with the best perks and you love the way it fires, that means if you want to continue to use it, that 950 gun in a 1,000 armor loadout will actually put you at power level 980, which will make you way, way weaker in power level 1,000 content. And that will only get worse over time.
Only in that content.
Yeah, only in the tough stuff, which is their the high-end PvP or raids or stuff like that.
Okay, pause. Here's where I don't understand enough about the genre.
Got it.
Will you ever have to fight anything that is weaker than that current level enemy?
Totally.
You will have to go back and fight older things.
Yeah, there's tons of shit all over the place that have different power levels.
Yes, okay. So it's not like everything you play and fight from this point forward will be 1,000.
No, it just means that anything new or anything hard, this thing will not be worthwhile. Now, people compare it to MMOs because in MMOs, you have a gear treadmill, right? People are even saying like FF14 does that in every raid patch where your guns are just numerically stronger, right? The problem with Destiny's design is that in Final Fantasy XIV, in EverQuest, in FF11, in World of Warcraft, your sword is a stick with stats on it. It doesn't matter what it like. It has a look, right? But it's just stats. It's just a big old stat juice.
It's a number stick, yeah.
Right? Yeah, it's a number stick. It doesn't matter. In Destiny, the guns are like, this is a sniper rifle that has a weird gimmick, or this is a machine gun that reloads when you kill, that automatically reloads when you kill somebody. They have functional gameplay changes.
Okay.
So people get really attached to their specific guns.
Okay.
Because when I upgrade my sword in FF14, my character doesn't play any differently. But when you tell me that my God rolled perfect paradox shotgun is no longer viable for high-end content, it's like, that's my favorite shotgun in the game, and there aren't many shotguns that feel anything like it.
So that's just gone. Yeah, okay.
So
I get you.
That essentially is gone when I want to go to a raid, so that sucks.
Yeah, that's terrible. And is the idea of vaulting planets supposed to be that like we don't intimidate people by spoiling them for choice when they're new players?
No, it's that they have talked a lot where they've had something where like everything in the game gives good rewards, and then people grind out to power cap too quickly, and then they make it so only the newest, hardest stuff has rewards, and then most of the game's content is dead because 80% of the game's locations don't give you any good rewards. So their solution is to give everything decent rewards and remove a third of the game. So that oh my God, it's
yeah, that is and that is the final decision after like weeks and weeks and weeks of board meetings about what the best way to address this would be.
Clearly arguing about the way this shit works for years. Now the game has been developed in the weirdest way possible that I've ever seen, in that like it was a non-MMO that slowly became an MMO under Activision and then under Bungie, and then they tried a seasonal model, and then 6 months into the seasonal model got the fucking feedback that this sucks. And that feedback hit really hard during their worst season.
I'm going to go ahead and assume, too, that like the reason why you can't just scale upwards to create the difficulty you're looking for is because there is an intended amount of, let's say, like if at the strongest when a weapon is at cap, if the strongest type of enemy you're going to fight takes X number of bullets to fucking kill, they don't want that to just be like, well, now you fight it for an hour instead of half an hour.
Yeah, so
they don't want the fights to become nothing.
You're completely right. So the thing is that like people are like, well, why don't you just make all the weapons stronger, right?
Yeah.
And it's because eventually that creates a situation in which you have a machine gun that's blowing away bosses and
enemies mean nothing. Yeah, 100%.
And they actually had a period in the game where they just said, fuck it, let's make everybody super powered. And they realized they couldn't figure out how to design raid encounters anymore because players were unkillable.
Mm-hmm.
Like there were a combination of abilities you could use where like you would stand in a puddle and it would heal you constantly and improve your damage. And if you killed any enemy, the puddle would refresh and all sorts of stupid shit. And they were like, oh, we can't kill players. We can't figure it out. And that caused a situation in which they made bosses that could kill those players, but then would trounce the shit out of everybody who wasn't using that busted shit.
Right. Do MMOs or shooters ever load enemies like scaled?
Oh yeah, they're all scaled. One of the weirdest things about Destiny is that you can only become like 20 power above something, so stuff never really gets any easier. It can only be harder.
But if you're rolling with a group of people, then it's scaling to your highest, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh no, actually it's scaling individual.
Oh, okay.
So you get in these weird situations where I can kill an enemy in one shot, but you can't.
And it's still, and so things are scaling individually. Oh man, that's a mess.
Dude, the game is like, I feel like they need to do like a whole fucking
clean
sweep.
So what's bothering me,
like a whole start over.
What's bothering me is that like I get what you're describing, and it sounds terrible, but I also can't simultaneously think of a better way to do it.
Like, they have created a very weird genre where it's an MMO shooter and it's pretty much the only one, and they have run into constant design problems. And the weirdest thing by far is that Destiny 1 had item sunsetting, right? Like when it started. And the biggest change they made to that game were like, we hear you. We'll never sunset weapons again. You guys want to keep your weapons. And then Destiny 2 came out and I was like, you'll keep your weapons forever, guys. Don't worry. Okay, we're going to have to sunset weapons.
Yeah, okay.
And it's like been like, for people that actually played Destiny 1 during that period, like they are losing their minds because it's like they are just full reversing like a change for the opposite reasons.
I mean, maybe based on, maybe the 10-year game is not the ideal goal.
Maybe. That being said, I'm downloading it right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like I will go and find a Destiny nerd after this podcast and ask them to explain to me what I missed.
Like, when they talk it up and say, "Hey, this is a decade-long experience," then it's like, and if you're disappointed when it's not that, then so be it. But you know what probably allows this to be avoided? Destiny 3. Like,
yeah.
Jesus, man.
So they were planning on Destiny 3 and then they stopped because they were like, no, we'll just continue iterating on Destiny 2. And everyone's like, maybe you should have. Well, not everyone. I'm like, maybe you should have. Destiny 2 is the game that got me to find out what Glassdoor was. Are you familiar with Glassdoor?
No.
It's a review site for businesses where people, after you leave a business, you can write a review on what it was like to work there. And it's the reason why I found out about that site, because people found that a ton of people worked at Bungie and then quit and then wrote reviews of them describing just how fucked up their development pipeline is. Anyway, sorry to rant and rave about that.
No,
it's just like that game is the craziest thing.
That sounds like a wild issue. And it sounds like a issue that, like, I would imagine a lot of massive multiplayer games probably like balancing against people's, like, balancing in such a way that you satisfy the occasional toe dabber and the absolute min, of like, I'm going to get everything done this weekend, the first weekend that it's out, and I will be the best and strongest, and you will not hold me back instantly. And it's like,
Yeah.
oh, well, that we planned for this to last a lot longer than that, but you didn't make it happen. Why'd you do that? And it's like, well, because people don't want to wait that long. They just want to do it, you know?
It's and in a model like this where it's updating, they have a time limit to hit cap, because then cap's going to rise again. I think the funniest thing is that like FF14 in its current state, when it came out, one of the big criticisms is that the game is almost laughably traditional. You have tanks and DPS and healers, and that is your roles. You have 4-man parties, 8-man parties, 24-man parties, etc., right? And when they interviewed the dev staff behind it, they're like, why did you make such a traditional MMO? And it's because, well, we had know how to make MMOs work, and if we put weird shit in, we were afraid we were going to fuck it up again. We know how to make this stuff work. So we went and played it safe. And FF14 is really, really safe, but it works.
Boy, the core shoot bang loop of Destiny must be fucking crack.
It's really good.
After all
it's
this,
so good that that's why when I talk
7,
about the perfect paradox being retired, I actually really care, because I love that shotgun.
Because yeah, like, what the fuck is wrong with Destiny 2 Part 8 right now is like still just like, what's good here? And it's like everything that you've not mentioned, I suppose. But
dude, it's hilarious. They had like an event where like a fucking spaceship crashed into the earth in this huge explosion. They were calling it like a Fortnite style event.
Oh yeah,
and it was an hour and a half really slow fireball.
I read about the description of like you can see it in the sky. Yeah, I read it. There was a meteor or something, and then like half an hour later,
a giant space station.
And then half an hour later, it hit something, and then the thing started exploding for another 20 minutes. It was just like, oh, and then it finally touched
down on the ground, and it blew. So there was a balcony that you could watch it from, and when it hit down, the shockwave like knocked you back about 5 feet.
Sure.
And then like the area loaded in a different way, so there'd be like a beam through like a wall or something.
Yeah.
And it's just like the most flaccid fart ever. It's so embarrassing.
But I mean, just this idea where you're like, okay, listen, we want to have a live in-game event, and it's gotta be cool, but also, what if people miss it though? It's like, no, we gotta give them a chance.
Wooly, like, you're a Gundam fan, right?
Yeah.
So this will make perfect sense. The Almighty, which is the space station that hits the Earth, is approximately the size of a colony in Gundam.
Oh, wonderful! Right? So we're sitting in Australia.
So we're in the last city, and the touchdown is visibly on the horizon, and the end result is a couple pieces of debris and like a crater.
Just a nice peaceful little boonk. Yeah.
Like 30% of the Earth should have lit on fire.
Yeah, the planet cracks. The planet fucking cracks when you drop a colony.
It's so. Like, it's a space game, and they don't have any sense of, like, meteoric scale. It's ridiculous.
Like
anyway, this is a long podcast.
Yeah. No, Doomsday comets are, like, infinitely smaller than...
Yeah, a kilometer-wide comet would be the end of you and me and everyone.
Yeah.
Hey, Doom, you know when they shoot the planet? Or they shoot Mars?
Yeah.
It's astonishing that the whole planet doesn't just completely fly apart, considering like how much the damage is.
Yeah. And you know what? There's another one, but it was a long question, so we'll save it for next time.
All right.
Podcast defeated.
Podcast defeated. We did it. You all have a good week, everybody. Stay safe.
Bye.